Good evening, everyone. It's 6:30, and I'm going to call this commission meeting on November 28, 2003 to order. Roll call, please. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor Whites,
Here?
Vice Mayor Grunder,
Here.
Commissioner Miller,
Here.
Commissioner Tapanis,
Here.
Commissioner Williams is absent.
All right. Now we will have our invocation by Josh Jimenez with Victory Springs Independent Baptist Church, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, we do thank you for tonight, and Lord, we thank you for another opportunity to be here, and Lord, just to be able to hear these different things that are going to be discussed this evening. Lord, I pray that you'd give wisdom to all those who will be making decisions tonight, that you'd give them wisdom. The Bible says that if a man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, which giveth to all men liberally. And Lord, I pray that you would indeed give godly wisdom tonight to make decisions that would impact our community in a right and godly way. Lord, we thank you for this time, this season, the Christmas season, which reminds us of you giving your Son to die on the cross for our sins and making the way for us to be saved. Lord, I pray that we would make that a topic of discussion, and Lord, that we would make this season a time to think about that. Lord, please bless us tonight. Give us wisdom. Thank you for this town and this city that we have to be able to live in. And Lord, we pray that you continue to put your hand and your blessing upon it. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, our next item is approval of the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I have one question before we approve the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why the audit report didn't make this agenda?
Diane, do you have an answer for that?
The city manager wanted to meet with them first and review the report so she could answer any questions before presenting it. So it should be on the next agenda.
Okay.
So it'll be on the December 14th
Yes,
meeting.
ma'am.
Thank you.
I make a motion that we accept the agenda as is in front of us.
I second.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The agenda is approved. Next, we need to have a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda? We don't really have anything other than the minutes, right?
I didn't see
We
it.
don't have, no minutes.
No, the minutes weren't complete.
Okay.
So we didn't have them on this agenda.
So we will skip on past the consent
Yes.
agenda.
Mhm.
We don't have any special presentations. Now we'll move on to unfinished business. Discuss, consider, and act on fiscal year 2024 rates for water, sewer, and solid waste.
Madam Mayor, do you want me to go ahead and read the title of the ordinance?
Yes, sir,
and then
please.
discuss it? I'm happy to do so. This is Resolution 2023-U, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of High Springs, Florida, amending the rates charged by the water system, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time will be to pass Resolution 2023-U as read by title only.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I don't have a new presentation. Last commission meeting, we had talked about moving it forward. So really, it's what's your pleasure at this point? I know we had talked potentially about doing CPI adjustment only versus what we had proposed, and I didn't know if you were prepared to vote on that tonight. If there's questions, I'm happy to answer them. I've got last meeting's presentation if anybody wants to look at it again. But it's absolutely at the commission's pleasure what we do next.
I would like to make a comment.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if this is appropriate or not. You gotta excuse me for my rookie time. We're about to do a full tour of the water and treatment sewer plant. We are gonna go in there and find out if there's anything that's been done incorrectly that needs to be corrected first. I don't know if raising the citizens' water rates right now is the right thing to do. But I do understand that we're probably gonna end up with the CPI. Because, to my understanding, there is some things that can get fixed at the water treatment sewer plant.
I would recommend that in tandem with that, you sit down with Thomas and Ashley. Thomas and I sat down together. Ashley wasn't feeling well, and we went through all of his budgets for water and wastewater, went into a lot of detail about the grinder pumps and how expensive they are to maintain and to purchase. The lift station, there's a lot that needs to be done with the lift stations from a maintenance standpoint that hasn't been done. And, without discussing adjusting the rates, I don't know where we're going to get the funds to do that. Unfortunately, we're in a bind.
Do you see CPI being a solution for now?
I would be happy to have any increase that you would approve at this point, and I say that only because with each month that goes by, we get further and further
Yeah, of course.
behind. I would be perfectly fine with doing CPI until you feel more comfortable with where we are, once you've had a chance to, view the plants. The budget itself is based on having rate increases. And the rates that I brought forward last week, as I mentioned, are based on $400,000 of cuts on the general fund side to make that possible. So I'm fine with whatever you decide. I just want you to have all the information so you don't make a decision and not feel like fully informed.
I
So-
appreciate that.
I have a question about AMI, Thomas, that you may or may not be able to answer. They're doing the meters now, they're getting them in. If everything goes really, really well, they'll all be in maybe January.
That's what the hope is.
That's our hope.
It's good.
With the data, Diane, you might be able to answer this. With the data that we have, the limited amount of data that we have now, what kind of increase in revenue are we seeing with the few meters that we have in now?
We haven't done a full billing yet. We are billing this week, so we don't have any data on that yet.
Okay.
This will be because the installation started the first week of November, and we bill at the end of every month. So this will be our first billing.
Question, Thomas, last time we spoke, last meeting, there was a certain amount of meters going in per week. Has that gotten any better in a sense?
No, sir. Yeah, with the holidays.
Okay, well, that makes sense. It sure does.
Don't sit down just yet, Diane. So I don't, Commissioner Tapanis asked a good question, and I don't know that it was fully answered. Is CPI enough?
No.
All right, so what happens if we don't do more than CPI?
If all assumptions come to be true and everything remains the same, we will not have enough funding to get through the year as it's currently budgeted. So my preference is do CPI versus nothing. Ideally, we would do more, but I totally understand where you are and what your position is right now. So I would be comfortable doing CPI, come back in January, if that would work, and see where we are with AMI, see how spending's going. If nothing breaks between now and then that we don't anticipate, things like that.
And I agree with that in the sense of that'd give us a little more time to see what the AMI system is doing. It'll give us time to give us a little more data on the whole thing. It'll give me a little more time to look into the actual plant. So I'm thinking, I mean, in my opinion, I think that would be okay.
How do you feel about the solid waste rates? I mean, not how do you feel.
That's
I
a
know how
bigger
we- I know how we all
a-
feel.
Sounded loaded.
How would
That's
you
a
like
loaded
to-
question.
Sorry. That was a dumb question. I know the answer. How would you feel moving forward with that? Do you want to, waiting is, in my mind, not going to change what the pricing is. And we are already running in the negative because we're charging our customers less than we're being billed by Waste Pro and have been.
This is a question for
So-
Scott. Scott, is there anything that we can do to terminate this contract and go to somebody else?
Well, no, I don't think you have a contract in place and you have the enforceability of both parties on the contract. So that would be fraught with, I think, a lot of potential for downside first. Secondly, I've been in discussions with Waste Pro and their general counsel out of Orlando, which is, the company is watching this very closely. And the point was made to me, whenever they go out to bid, some of those bidding requirements have discussion about what has happened in other communities. So they're watching what is happening very closely right now. Thirdly, based upon where we're at in the economy and where everything is, and that's a very dynamic situation right now, my belief is, and I'm not your financial guy, I'm not your guy that negotiates these things, but I do pay attention to the marketplace very closely. And it is my thought, at least, that if you were to go outside of this situation right now, the current contract, potentially you would cost your customers more money based upon where we're at right now in the economy. Now, that's a very dynamic thing, and it could change
Right.
dramatically, but
But we're stuck in a contract anyway, so that doesn't mean we
You're
can go fishing right now if we wanted to.
right. And I think the intent of my letter is that this was negotiated out, this was numbers that were before the commission at that time, and there obviously was some confusion
Yeah, I
amongst
could read
all of
that.
that. So, but the data that we have and the emails verify that those numbers were in place at the time that all of this was on the dais at that point in time. So I think that the point that I was leading to is that, as Mayor White said, you have very few providers in the marketplace. There was a reason that GFL was providing service to where the commission was hearing on a monthly, daily basis that there were problems with the contract. They had the contract at very, very low rates. And so there was an economic problem there with that contract. So that contract was terminated, the rates went up. And the only other provider really of note in Alachua County is Waste Pro. As we talked, you could possibly go to the Republic, you could possibly go to a hauler out of Ocala. There's other alternatives for you, but when you start adding in additional fuel costs, can those other haulers be competitive in today's marketplace?
But we don't know that until we ask anyway.
You don't know that until you ask if you could get out of a contract. So, and my advice to you is to not try to go down that road. I think that would be problematic to the citizens in the city.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If they don't provide the service outlined in the contract, at that point, can you break the contract?
Then you can. There's cure provisions in the contract, there's penalty provisions in the contract, so you can't just cancel it. The prior situation was there were so many complaints and so many problems on a constant basis that it provided the city with the ability to
got you.
terminate.
Have we had any mass amount of complaints or anything about Waste Pro?
Not at all.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Sure.
I think unfortunately, when we talk about solid waste, it's nothing Waste Pro did. And it's not gonna be Waste Pro's problem, and it shouldn't be. It's our problem. And it's I think that there was not a great explanation that came to us, I would say, as commissioners. And you know what? That's no excuse. It's not an excuse. It falls on us. So there were 5 of us who voted, and all 5 of us voted for it. And I'm not happy with the fact that I heard last meeting that there was information that was not given to us, and that's a huge problem. And that right there is enough for the top to turn, and everybody who knew about it and didn't tell us, unfortunately, needs to go. And it's not, this is not Waste Pro's problem. Unfortunately, this is gonna be something that, this is gonna be a dark cloud that holds over us until we get through that and we figure it out at the end of this 3-year contract. And if we start violating contracts now, the likelihood that anybody wants to come in here and work with us is gonna be very low. And we got out of one contract that was an issue, and let's be honest, Waste Pro has done a fantastic job for the city of High Springs so far. And the frustrating part is I completely understand the sentiment about, can we get out of it? Can we renegotiate or whatever? But I think we should go down that road, and we've opened up a can of worms for ourselves and everybody that we're under contract with. We had a problem. It was an information problem, and that was from our people inside to us. And unfortunately, the citizens are going to ride this on their backs with us. And, it's going to be one of the more embarrassing things that we do up here, unfortunately.
And I appreciate you saying that. I'm not that I'm looking to break contracts or do anything. I'm just looking out to see if there's any way that we can help so that we don't have to burden the citizens again. Because we're about to burden the citizens with a water sewage rate increase. And if we could do something on the waste side to help, then that's the only reason I was saying that. Not to break contracts, because I wouldn't want anybody to break a contract with me. But I get it.
I had the opportunity to look at actual numbers with Diane today, or Thomas today, and I talked to Diane about it too. The Appendix A in our contract, in our packet that had the rate schedule wasn't in there. So, like Vice Mayor Grunder said, we went on the information we had, and I think there might have just been some genuine misunderstanding, and vilifying anybody at this point isn't going to do anybody any good. We need to do the best we can from here, and you're right, it's on us. But what I was talking to Diane about today is, and April may be able to help with this too, because I know she put in a lot of time in terms of where to put dumpsters and whatnot. How do we optimize that? Can we take some dumpsters away and put trash cans instead, like for some of the businesses? I don't know, because I know the commercial rates are pretty expensive. The residential cans are a lot more expensive, but like you pointed out, now we're being billed more than we're billing our customers, and that's just not sustainable. We can't do that. But Waste Pro negotiated a contract in good faith. It's not on them, and they have been providing us really good service. Thomas had a really good suggestion today. In a small city, we all wear so many hats, and so many people are having to do what they can, how they can do it. And I think we need to maybe take a little bit of a breath and give ourselves enough time to be as careful as we possibly can. And Thomas had the recommendation that all of the department heads should review all big contracts. The more eyes you have on it, the better off you are. Saddling one person with a whole bunch of stuff, there's going to be stuff that gets missed, unfortunately. So, but we're going to need to make sure we build in enough time to do that. So I don't know what new contracts are coming up that are as big as a solid waste one. But now, where do we go from here? Is CPI going to get us there with solid waste? Where's our shortfall? Is it in commercial or residential or both?
Excuse me, it's both, and let me qualify that. So when we had our prior contract, we received $9 per can above what GFL charged us. So that's a significant amount of money. It's over $300,000 a year, and that paid our general fund transfer. Under the new contract, from the beginning of the contract in May, we were billing our customers the same as we were being charged by Waste Pro. So that $9 or $300,000 went away. Additionally, the commercial rates that were charged for dumpsters, particularly the larger dumpsters with multiple pickups, those are significantly higher than what we charge our customers. Now, we have not increased our rates since we went with Waste Pro, because that was what the commission was told. The community was told we wouldn't increase them till October 1st. Well, now we're almost at December 1st, and we haven't made any adjustments. So strictly from a numbers perspective, we're kind of backwards on that. So the proposed rates are to just go up from $23.13 to, I believe, $27.75 on residential cans. So that is not great, but I'm a little more comfortable with that. The dumpsters, unfortunately, if we just pass through the rates that we're being charged, there will be a handful of customers that are the larger dumpsters with more pickups that may see close to double what they're paying right now.
How many of those are there? Do we have an inventory of?
I will have to get with April to get the specifics on it. The 2, 4, 6, 8-yard size themselves, we have between 35 and 40 of each of those categories, but the number of pickups per week, I'm not sure.
Thomas, do
So-
you have any idea about those? No.
I do want to say something. Being a business owner right here on 441, we noticed that we had with GFL a smaller 2-size dumpster. Well, when Waste Pro came out, they delivered a 4. So I don't know if that's automatically something that they're doing, but if we're set to pay for a 2, why did they turn around and deliver a 4?
Right, and those were, and you may be one that didn't get caught. So April's our billing manager. She did a tremendous amount of work auditing, going through every single account with Waste Pro, looking at what we were billed by GFL, what they were using. There were some locations, especially behind like El Patio, where those dumpsters are often very full. They took Waste Pro out there and they reevaluated that and changed it. So you may be one of them. Obviously, there were 3,000 changeouts that were happening all at once, so you very well could be one that they brought the wrong size, or maybe there was miscommunication on our end. I don't know, but we can definitely have April look at that and see if there's a reason for it, and see what you're actually being billed for, if you're being billed for a 2 or a 4.
I mean, I'm happy with the
Right.
bigger one. I'm just, I'm
Right.
just saying, okay, why did that just all of a sudden change?
Right.
So I didn't know if it was a mistake like you're saying.
Right.
Or it was something where they don't supply a number 2.
They do have 2-yard, there's 2, 4, 6, and 8-yard
Okay.
containers. So I don't know why. I mean, we can ask Waste Pro if there was any reason for it. They do have a tracking system that we have access to, so when when a customer calls in, we enter it into the computer, they automatically see it, they put their resolution in there. If they have any questions, they call us. But typically, it's resolved right away. So let's just say we called and they go, oh, wait a minute, you're right, it should have been 2. They'll come out, usually by the next day.
Okay.
So CPI is not going to cover commercial. CPI is not going to cover residential.
Right.
Residential's got to be a hard increase. We cannot be billed more than we're billing customers. We just can't do that. We can't afford to.
I agree.
With the commercial side, so you said that you had a 2-yard and you got a 4-yard. Are you using the 4-yard? Or are you being billed for a 4-yard?
Well, it's there. I mean, we're using it. And in a way, we're kind of glad it's there because we usually have to hold the garbage for the next week.
Really? Okay.
We're not having to do that anymore, but we haven't gotten a bill for that 4 is what I'm getting at.
So you're being billed for a 2,
We're
potentially?
still being billed for
Okay.
the original 2.
Okay.
So that could be a shortfall if I'm not the only one it happened to. Because, okay, now you're being charged for a 4 by them,
Right.
but yet we're still paying you for a 2.
I agree. Yes.
So that's probably something we want to look into.
How much work would that be for April to get that data together for us?
On how many of each type, and that should not take time at all. I can actually ask her to run it and we can send it
Yeah,
out to all of you.
what did GFL supply and what are they supplying at this point? So we can see if there's a discrepancy, if
Right.
I'm the only one, then I'm
Right.
the only one.
And that exercise was done in the beginning, but like I said, there were thousands done in a very short period of time, so it's very possible there could be human error in there. So I'm not saying there couldn't be, but I would hope there would not be many, because a lot of work. went
Thomas
into
also said he
evaluating
took a
those.
look at where all the dumpsters were and has eliminated them where they're just not being used, except for people city dumpsters,
For
right?
city
Except for people to just come and take their trash. So that's a whole nother issue too. GFL was not charging us for city dumpsters,
That's correct.
but it was not in their contract. It was just a verbal agreement.
Apparently. It wasn't in the contract, but they did not charge us for it. So that's about $30,000 a year that we were not paying under GFL that we're paying now.
So, still, I go back to Waste Pro negotiated this contract. You know, that's not on them.
Great. I'm used to having a committee that
Right.
includes Public Works, Finance, City Manager's Office.
Right.
And we were not allowed to be part of that meeting, so I didn't know about any of it until you guys did.
Okay.
Let me ask you this question. In this contract, if a business closes doors, and they don't need the dumpster anymore, do we still have to pay that under that contract?
Shouldn't need to if, I mean, if it's not being used, can't it just be picked up and taken off the route?
I would think so,
Yeah.
under the,
So that'll save us money on that particular dumpster, kind of what you did finding them on the city property that we don't need. How many did you find?
Well, on a closed-up business, I'm not sure. On city, there's
3?
that we got rid of.
Now, on the commercial end, if we change some that has 2 getting picked up 5 times, and we did 4, and then they go get picked up 2 times, is that possible to try to cut some of those that have smaller cans, give them a bigger one, but then less pickup?
If it's
Because they'll save
advantageous.
money if they do that.
if it's advantageous to the customer. Sometimes, I absolutely agree, if it's possible. Sometimes there's space restrictions or we have several shared dumpsters too, where we actually bill a smaller portion to several customers and they share it. So that gets a little more complicated to change them because one person may want to keep the bigger one. But yeah, it's absolutely something we can look into. Yep. If customers want that, I mean, by all means, when the rates are changed, the new ones will go up on the website. Customers will have access to those, and we absolutely can look at that for them. And then we'll have to check with Waste Pro to see if there's enough room for the pickup and things like that in the location that they're looking at. Oh, that's a really good idea.
Mayor, if you remember, this was a fast process.
Yes,
So
yes.
for you getting a 4-yard, they were scrapping, trying to get whatever they could get to hurry up here. So that you may have got a 4 where you're only getting a 2. Hopefully, that's all they're being charged, but we have to look into that. Now, the city, go back what I was telling the mayor about earlier today, is we can't go back to the contract, but they never were asked to exempt city dumpsters. So we can, per Waste Pro, I talked to them today, we can go back and talk about just that, the city dumpsters, nothing else. No changing, no contract, just that part. We can go back and just talk about that, see if they may not. So it's something we could do for city dumpsters only.
I mean, I know we're pinching pennies here, but I think every little bit will help. So that, you know, they don't take the massive blunt of this whole thing all at once.
I think it was what, 39,000 that we pay a year?
And that's why I said if we can do CPI, at least to buy us a little bit of time, but you're saying that's not gonna help, not even if we did it for a month or 2.
And the challenge, if we had reserves in place that we could use to help balance it out, I 100% would phase in all 3 systems. The challenge is, as we talked about in August and we presented, we went through the whole thing, we don't have reserves in those 3 systems. So we're in not a great position to have a lot of choices. And I don't like to bring that to you. I'd rather bring you choices, options, use reserves, don't use reserves. And unfortunately, we don't have them as a tool right now. On water and wastewater, I think we can do the CPI. On the garbage, we can do whatever you want to do. The challenge is going to be, how do we fill the gap? Because if they're charging us $100 and we only charge our customers $70, that's $30 every month we're eating times however many customers it is.
You can't
And
do that.
obviously, it's not sustainable because there's nowhere to take the money from to fill that gap. So nothing would make me happier than not having to raise the rates or having a small raise. But unfortunately, that's the contract we were given to work with, so.
Do you have the numbers that you showed me from last week?
Yes.
And do you know if we can put them up on the screen again?
I don't, were they the numbers that had each of the GFL?
Well, the increases that you
Waste Pro,
wanted
and water
to,
prices?
yeah.
Oh, that's in this one. Do you want to look at the water and wastewater or just the,
Let's start with just water and wastewater.
okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go down here. So the orange is where we are currently. The blue is the proposal.
I can't see that.
1094 and 12 for the monthly.
I'm
I
sorry.
can't see that.
Put your
No,
glasses
I got
on.
my glasses on, but I can't, still I can't see.
I'm sorry. I try to make the numbers bigger, and obviously this could have been larger. I apologize. Let me grab
We're
it.
talking about where we're at now at 2645 and the increase of 31, and that's per customer, correct?
Correct.
And that would help the situation?
Yes, that would get us to where we need to be if we cut $400,000 out of general fund.
Now, I do have a question with the water rates. Okay. And I'm just throwing this out there, so don't scrutinize me. Okay.
Not at all. Any ideas
All
are
right.
welcome.
So is it possible to go up by twos on here? So if tier 1 and tier 2 is mostly residential, if we did 2 and 4, and then 3 and 4 is commercial, we did 6 and 8, would that help? You see what I'm talking about?
So you would like to increase the first tier by $2? Is that what you mean? That would be a significant change. So one of the things you don't have the assistance of is seeing how many K-gals or 1,000-gallon units are in the first tier. So the first 3,000 gallons are in the first tier, and then the next two are in tier 2. So people who use 5,000 gallons are only using the first 2 tiers. So that would be pretty significant. Commercial pays the same rate in water as residential, so they would get the same experience with the price change.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because I remember last meeting, we said most residential is at tier 1. So that means tier 3 and 4 is gonna be more commercial.
Not necessarily. I see what you're thinking. There are fewer gallons of water sold in the top 2 tiers. Most of the gallons of water are sold in the first 2 tiers. So anything we do to the second 2 tiers really doesn't have as much of an impact as the first 2. Because let's say everybody only used 5,000 gallons, nobody would use the third and fourth tiers. People that irrigate use the third and fourth tiers. Typically, after the third tier in particular, after 10,000 gallons, it's no longer household use. It's irrigation or other outside use. It just depends on what your family size is, what your uses are inside. I mean, when we had both kids at home, we used 8 or 9 K-gals a month, much to my dismay, and now we use 5. So,
So the 2's not a good idea.
it's not that it's not a good idea. It's just when we do the changes, we look at what the impact will be on each bill size, so we can kind of see what the impact will be to the customers. So there's a lot of other math that goes on with this. So what I do is I look at what percentage of the sales are in the first tier. So if we sell 1 million gallons, is it 500,000 in the first tier? And then I use that to do the math by the price to determine what we have. So each of those tiers has a different number that you multiply the price by to get your total revenue. So you're kind of at a disadvantage because you don't have all the numbers for the math.
Okay.
So this is the water side.
Yes.
Let's go to the sewer side.
Before you do that, I just want to verify that I understand what we've got here. Excuse me for just a second.
Yeah.
So the monthly charge we've got now, base rate, $10.94. If it was CPI, it's going to go up to $11.59. Right?
Yeah,
But you're proposing 12.
correct.
So if we got to CPI for all of this, at least for the next month or two, until AMI came on board, and we could evaluate, because a lot of our meters aren't working, we're guessing. Who knows what we're going to be billing when we're accurately billing. And then people's rates are their bills are very likely going to go up organically anyway.
Right, I agree. We have, fortunately, April has gone through and done a lot of estimates, so there shouldn't be as big of a jump because she's billing for something as opposed to nothing on a stop meter, so that differential should be lower. Obviously, she's not going to catch every single one.
Well, sure.
If there's meters that have been stopped for a year, there's nothing to average on. So we just charged the customer charge on those.
Well, Commissioner Grunner, what was your difference with your water bill?
Like $30 more. Now, I know I got a 13-year-old at the house, but
Get ready. It's going to get worse.
yeah. But,
Things that I want to talk to you about from a legal standpoint. First of all, in order, particularly for the new commissioners, to pass an ordinance takes 2 readings.
Right.
So you've got to have your first reading, there really can be no substantive changes between first reading and second reading of that ordinance. The second reading has to be advertised at least 10 days in advance. So there's a process that you have to go through, which is
Right.
about a month-long process to get an ordinance enacted. So that's, whatever you're doing here, you should build in about a 30-day lag time to get an ordinance established.
So if we
The other-
voted to increase CPI tonight, and then we had 10 days, our next meeting is December 14th, that could be the second reading of the ordinance, that would not take place until January anyway?
There's another kicker that I need to tell you about, which is Section 180 of the Florida statutes, which says that you can't increase a public utilities rates without notifying the customers in their
In their
billing.
bill?
How many days in advance?
It doesn't have a days in advance, it just has to go out with your billings. So, for example, if your billings are already out for this month, which I assume they are, you're not going to be getting that notice out until December. So now you have
Till
a minimum
January.
of 30 days to January's to get there. The analysis on it, and this is not my bailiwick here, but the question that I would be asking if I was a commissioner would be, okay, what's the adjustment in our rates on sewer, water, solid waste, on a monthly basis? What's happening in each of those funds on a monthly basis, using simple math and the figures that were thrown around at the last meeting? On solid waste, it sounds to me, and this is more, this is the finance, not the legal side, but it sounds to me like you're upside down about $60,000 a month in just solid waste alone. So if that goes on month after month, somewhere that shortfall has to, my understanding is that you had a very tight budget with revenues and expenses. And unlike the federal government, cities have to balance their budget on an annual basis. So if you're getting into halfway through your year, your fiscal year, before these rates come about, this is the question that you
I
all
understand.
need to be thinking about on a monthly basis is where does it get rectified? Where does it get justified? That's not legal, but I do want to advise you, by the time that you get ordinances implemented, it's not just an immediate thing. You can't do an immediate fix. That's really the tenor of my comment.
And that's when it comes to the CPI.
That's when it comes to any rate increase, whatever it is, it has to.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a resolution in place that we can automatically increase by
Right.
CPI each year without having additional ordinance readings. We've come to you about it because we have new commissioners. There was a desire to have the conversation. Legally, we could have, on October 1, increased it by 5.8, but that wouldn't be appropriate. We knew there were potentially new commissioners, there's an election, all that. It wouldn't be fair to the people in the seats. So
To be
we
safe,
can
I
move
would put
forward.
it in the utility bills. I would at
We
least
can-
do that.
Right, we've notified our customers August, September, and October of the meetings that we've had this month. But we also, like I said, we have the resolution, so we don't have to pass ordinances to do that. So,
Madam Mayor, back in 2002, we passed an ordinance that said we could pass our utility rates by resolution, so we wouldn't have a second reading on our utility rates. These are in here by
do it today.
resolution.
Okay.
Now,
that's
on our last agenda packet, it did say ordinance, because Ashley wasn't aware that that was, and I brought it to her attention. And I actually talked to the city attorney's office, and she told me that when we brought it back forward to you to make sure it was in by resolution, as our previous ordinance had stated.
So that alters your passage process, but
Yep.
your notice in the utility billings, that
That's, yeah, that's the
still
same.
gotta do that.
Can we look at the numbers for sewage?
yes. So if you'll recall, with sewer, the first 5,000 gallons are included in the customer charge. So for customers in 2023, 5K gal is 41.67, and the recommendation was to go to 45.67.
So it's another, what, 4?
And we do have a different commercial rate in sewer than we do in residential. And that customer charge is currently $54.20, and this would go to $59.20. Again, this is not CPI, this is what I presented last time I was here.
That's based on 5,000 gallons?
Yes,
So the CPI increase from 41.67 for residential would go up to 44.16 if it was CPI instead of 45.67. Okay,
What's the difference on that?
I'm looking right now, 45.67, almost 5%. So it is, it's a good bit.
And then the last one is waste.
and let me grab the rates that we currently charge so I can give you a comparison. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the corners to kind of give you a range of what we're dealing with. So, under the 2-yard, currently one time, it's $119.77, that is what we currently charge. If you look at 4 times, I'm not going all the way to the corner because our rates, we only go to 4, we don't have anybody that has an 8 that picks up 5 times. So if you look at the bottom row, which is an 8-yard container, and go to the second to the last box, it's $1581.75. Our rate is currently $687.18. So that is almost double, and that's how much we've been losing since May.
So you're talking about a 50% increase to the customer on their waste?
It's almost 100% because it's almost doubled.
Yep.
Percent.
So altogether.
And I feel exactly the way you feel. April went upstairs in June and sat down with Bruce and
But
Ashley
we,
and told them.
but we sat here
I
for
told
so
them-
many months not doing this.
Right.
And it cost us $350,000, and I am pissed. This is unacceptable.
I reported it on a weekly basis.
On the backs of everybody who voted all of us in. And nobody told us, and y'all knew about it, and nobody freaking told us.
I reported it to Bruce and Ashley multiple times, as did Angela, and tried to give the opportunity. So when I presented, I gave you that 350,000 number to ask the question.
So ultimately, give me a number based on 5,000 gallons, water, sewer, and now waste. What percentage are these folks looking at their increase?
Let me see if I have those numbers here. Under 5.8% or under this model?
Under this model?
Or 5.7, actually. So a total for 5K gals, the increase would be $13.17 or 14.6%. So that's assuming a can for a residential customer with an increase of $4.62. 5K gal increase in sewer of $4 and a water increase of $4.55, which would, like I said, total $13.17 a month, which is 14.6% increase.
And then, on top of that, the garbage.
That's
No, that
including the
includes-
garbage.
That's
That's including the
including-
garbage, and that's residential with 1 can.
So, we're talking about a $15 increase to customer.
Yep, it's 14.6%.
For 5,000
for 5,000
gallons a month. But you said your water bill went up $30.
I don't believe we've done billing yet for any AMI. I think this will be the first billing that we do this week that'll be AMI. So we could check your meter and make sure there's not a leak or something. Because there shouldn't be any change due to AMI, we just haven't gotten that far. to
Even with the
report it.
test meter, because he was the test meter, right?
Oh, gotcha. I forgot about that. We'll still look at it.
Well, I still fall back, again, on my opinion that we probably need to look at what AMI is gonna give us. The difference between CPI and the numbers we just went through, I don't see being that grand. So I would suggest letting the CPI fall into place, and let's see what the AMI does.
Okay, that
We
makes
can't,
sense.
but CPI, can we really afford to do that with solid waste, though? That's gonna put us, I mean,
With
if we've got
solid
8-yard
waste-
dumpsters
You can't, not with
where
solid
we're being
waste.
billed twice
Right.
by the contractor than, more than we're billing the customer, we can't afford that.
And one of the challenges on the commercial side is the cities that surround us do not provide the solid waste service through their billing. They're independently contracted with the carrier, so each business has to reach out to a carrier and schedule to have commercial dumpster pickup.
And
So
ultimately,
there's not, we don't have anything to compare it to because they're all individually, personally done.
and I brought this up in last meeting, ultimately, when we do renew a contract, that would be the way that I would lean towards. Because one, it avoids us having to even deal with it. And two, it'll give the customer the opportunity to increase their amount of pickups or not, they're dealing directly with with
Right, I
the
would
person
agree.
in the service. Yeah, so we got 3 years of
But,
ouch.
Mr. Walker, we don't have any leeway to do that now because we're contractually bound to stay this course.
You can always ask and modify a contract. You have trouble terminating a
Sure,
contract,
sure.
but you always have the ability to say, look, we would like to do it in this manner and modify a contract. You always have that ability.
But according to what you said, Thomas, when it came to modifying, they said only the city dumpsters. Right?
No, it's just what Scott said. We can always go back and ask on anything, but we just can't.
And what's your feeling?
I would ask.
Okay.
How much value do you think there is also in evaluating, I mean, this is something we'd have to talk to the business owners with, the area we were talking about earlier today where they all share those dumpsters. It's one primary business that uses the dumpsters. All of the other businesses around probably could use a can. Do we have the legal right to try to modify that business model to make that a little bit less of a hit for the commercial side? Because they're sharing the cost of the dumpster, but it's really one business that does uses that dumpster the most. Could we modify what those customers have?
I think you can work with the customers and figure out, and it goes back to Commissioner Tapanis's point. If the dumpster is oversized and it's shared by a bunch of businesses, maybe it doesn't have to be quite the cubic yard dumpster that is there. Maybe it can be lower. Maybe it's adequate as it is. But that's something that you can work with each business on.
How would
Certainly.
we do that? Who would do that?
I believe. the
Thomas, I'm not
dumpster
looking at you on purpose. I'm
that
not
is
looking at you.
there-
I'm not looking at
No,
Kevin either. I'm not looking over
In
there.
this particular case, I don't believe we would want a smaller dumpster because they have trouble keeping up with the one that's there now because of the restaurant. My question was gonna be to Thomas, is if there's room and right-of-way where trash cans could be placed, where would they go? Because right now, in that particular plaza, they're behind in an alley, the dumpsters, just right
Across the street, where the Mexican
Right,
restaurant
right that
is,
way.
the hair, the uniforms, they all
So
share.
I don't know,
Well, the alleyway's not ours.
right, but I'm saying with the cans, I mean, where would you put the cans? Would you put them on the sidewalk?
They'll have to come out there to the sidewalk like where the building department puts theirs.
So the building department puts theirs on the sidewalk.
Yeah, out front of the building.
Okay,
CRA building, they put it out there. So the customer, if they want to go with a 96 quart bin, they will have to go out there too.
okay.
They won't go up, I would say they may not go up there and dump them, but they may. It's something that Waste Pro will sit there and talk.
Okay,
Everybody's able to talk.
okay.
That was kind of the only challenge I saw. So far, we haven't had any issues switching out what customers have. They don't seem to have a problem with that. To me, my only question was what the logistics are, because the streetlights are there, and I mean, I don't know. Like Thomas said, we'd have to talk to them first. I think that's a good idea, though.
Well, I mean, in terms of the strip from 27 to the railroad tracks, not that far to go. You know, maybe the businesses would want to put it just out front of their door, or maybe they would be willing to put it in a central location. If it were, you know, financially advantageous, logistically better, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I wasn't looking at you on purpose.
I'll do it.
Maybe we just get you to drive around with a big truck.
Yeah, I may park.
I mean, is that something that Amy could help with since it's right in the CRA corner? You know, I mean, she probably sees those people all the time.
Well, should be, but I'll do it.
She was busy decorating today. I saw her out there with the lights. So what's your recommendation in terms of how you think we should proceed, water, wastewater, and solid waste?
My recommendation is that we CPI the water and the sewage, and we do what we need to do on the garbage side.
What we need to do, meaning we have to at least cover our costs.
Yes,
Have to.
because if not, it's,
Right, and this would go into effect for the billing at the end of December, because we're currently billing right now. So we'd have one more month before that would go into place.
So we would be able to give them their notification, their legal notification they'd have to have before it started.
We can put them in the bills that are going out this week.
Okay. Would we detail in those bills, this is your current charge, this is what your new charge will be?
We don't currently have the ability to do that on individual bills, because everybody's would be different.
can we use a percentage rate so that they,
Yes, we'll figure something out that we need to have one message to give everybody, residential and everybody commercial, just because we don't have the ability to do unique notices for 3,000 bills.
Could we give that,
So
you know, the summary you have right there? I mean, they know what they
Right,
have and how many times per week.
And we'll post it on the website as well, so that they can see what's coming. Do you have any other ideas, Kevin, on how to?
I mean, I think sending something like this to them would be better than just saying we have it on the website.
agree.
Because, you know, the complacency, they don't check the website, or I didn't see it. This way, they're getting it in the mail and they can look at it.
Right, and we also have an option for those that pay online, there's an option where before they can even get to the point to pay their bill, you have to read a message. If we put a message in there, so that can pop up and they can see that as well.
All right, I got one more question.
Yes, sir.
Don't scrutinize me. All right. So, are we getting charged because we have both a trash can and a recycle bin? Is there a way that if somebody just said they don't want a recycle bin, they don't have to have a recycle bin? And the only reason why I say that is because Waste Pro in the beginning with commercial, they didn't have any recycle bins for the commercial at all.
They still don't, I don't think, do they?
I'm not sure, I know they've been working on it, but I don't
Oh,
know
they
if
have?
they've gotten that far.
Bruce was working on it before he left, but I haven't heard
Okay.
of it.
We'll follow up.
By state statute, commercial recycling has to be open.
Really? Okay. So they would have to contract directly, which they're not going to do, if they can just pay for it to go in the trash. I mean, let's be honest, they're not gonna.
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
So I guess that's my question with residential. Can they have that same option? You can't do that residential.
Well, I do have something to say. I haven't gotten mine.
Your recycle bin?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
And I'm right on Main Street.
Your account's just all.
I'm all
kinds
over
of
the place.
It's all
so we'll
messed
have to
up.
look at it, okay.
I want to put this in front of everybody. I'm not happy with the decision that we're having to make tonight. I'm not happy that the citizens are having to pay for lack of information. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that we're about to do what we're going to do because we got to keep our city running, but I'm not happy about the whole thing. So if you want me to make a motion, I'll make a motion.
We can make a motion, but we need to open it up to the floor as well in case
Yeah.
for public comment. So, I mean, I can take a motion now if you
So,
want.
so the motion should be on each one of the
Right.
individually. So you should do water, sewer, and then solid waste. And the notice that has to be given is of the date, time, and place where the increase will, not just the increase, but the date, time, and place as to when the increase is going to go into effect. So I don't know that we've done that for this evening or not, but that's the statutory requirement.
Any comments from the audience?
Good evening. My name is Kathy Griner, and I just have a question. What happened, or what did you find out about the $350,000? Was it not in the contract? Did nobody know about the contract except for an exclusive few people?
Well, I mean, our new members here can't really answer that because they didn't vote on it. Commissioner Grunder and I could probably speak to that. I looked back at the April 27th packet, which is when we voted on the approval of the contract. And there was reference to an addendum A where the rate schedule was. That addendum wasn't in our packet. There wasn't a rate schedule included in our packet. I looked online, I looked at what was emailed to me, and I didn't find it there either, in case, I didn't have it in the packet that I have at home. And Commissioner Grunder and Commissioner Williams and I agreed at the last meeting that we were told that Waste Pro was going to honor the current prices until the new fiscal year. Our assumption was that that meant we were going to be billed the same that GFL had been billing us. When it now turns out in actuality, Waste Pro was billing us the same that we are billing our residential customers. That was not what we thought was the case. I don't know where that misunderstanding really came in. I can't speak to, how that happened. But I know that we didn't have all the information we probably should have had.
So at the last meeting, I understood that someone was going to talk with Waste Pro about that. Has anyone done that?
I don't know. Mr. Walker, you've been in contact with them?
Have. Yes.
And is there anything you can report other than?
It's in my letter. All of this is the information that was in that process.
So Commissioner Tapanis was supposed to be going with you to talk to them, so you did it without taking him?
I did without what? I couldn't.
You did it without taking?
I requested that I'd be taken along on these meetings. I understand that you did most of these meetings over the phone. You didn't go in person, did you?
No, I did not.
What Mr. Miller's saying is that I should have been involved so I can overhear the conversation, interject whatever information that I can. In other words, trying to see if we can, get on their good side and maybe they can help us out because it was an error that we didn't catch. And I think that's where Commissioner Miller's coming from.
I think that the opportunity to talk to Waste Pro is always there. I think the relationship with the city is very good. I think they're appreciative of the comments as to that their service level is extremely good. They heard all of that. I think their position is real clear that we have a contract and the contract is in place for both sides at this stage. Now, I think in accordance with the previous comment or question that was there is, would they be amenable to modifying the contract in some ways or in some fashion?
That's what I wanted to.
I think the answer to that is they would certainly sit down and listen to you and whatever delegation that the city wants to put together. I think that's certainly possible. But, the thing that we did was sort of a fact-finding mission of what happened, how do we get from point A to
Going
point
back to
B?
April 17th.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so this is an example of where we're sitting out here and I'm not getting what you all know. You asked to be involved in the conversation. You were not. I don't understand why you were not. And then when I ask about what went on with the conversation, he says it's in a letter. That I don't have that letter. I don't know what that letter says, and nobody has explained that to this point.
Well, I'm going to try to explain this in a nutshell. What happened was,
I know what happened. I want to know if anybody talked to them specifically, which he said is in the letter, about reducing that charge every month because of the misunderstanding.
he didn't try to renegotiate the price. What he did was try to find out if when that error happened, and collect whatever facts he could. So now, once he's got those facts, now it's me trying, or us trying, to sit down with Waste Pro and see if we can get them to renegotiate somewhat of their price
So no one has done that to this point.
without finding out the facts first. In other words, it's like if I went in there without the information that I needed, then I would look stupid. So what I'm trying to do is get all the information I need before I go sit down there and talk to them.
Well, it's very difficult when they're having a conversation with the attorney and they're not including the commissioners.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the other item that you could at least consider is having a workshop with Waste Pro. You know, once you get the data, once you know where you're at is, you know, on solid waste or sewer or water, you could have a workshop on all this, invite representatives from Waste Pro to be here and talk about these things, invite your business community here and talk about what are the alternatives that we could have. So that's certainly something that you have the ability to do too. And that way, and the other point of that is we have to be very careful about a delegation going somewhere that's out of the sunshine. It serves itself in a better fashion to do that kind of thing in a workshop manner. That way the citizenry can be here and see what's going on as well.
Okay, so the letter that you're referencing was on the dais tonight. So I'm trying to look at it now. It's going to take some time before I can go through all of this. But I still think it's really important to recognize that Waste Pro entered into this contract in good faith. And this is not on them. So I think Dana, she did a lot quickly to take care of what we needed, and that can't be understated. So, and I know that the assistant city manager also did a lot quickly to get things going. So we are where we are. Unfortunately, we've just got to chart the best path we can forward.
I do have one question. Who prepares those packets when it comes to the information they needed that they didn't have the information inside that packet they needed for Waste Pro?
So when someone wants an item put on the agenda, they send it in. They either send it in to the city manager or the city clerk, and we put the item on the agenda. That particular item was given to the city manager to put on the agenda. So she goes through each agenda and goes through every item and signs off on each item before it's sent out. And then I send it out to everyone after.
So
I
the
convert it.
city manager was the one that has to look at each individual information sheet that's put inside that packet.
Right, so if you reference your current packet, at the bottom of each thing, it'll say reviewed by city manager.
Right.
Yes. She types that in there, so we put it in the folder, and then if it's, say it's my item, I put it in there, she reviews it, I convert it over, and I send it to you.
Okay, I guess the reason for the question is because I know these two folks up here would have done the best for the city. And if they're not having the information that they need to make a logical decision, then we need to find out why that happened, because we don't want that to happen again. You know what I'm getting at. And then who was ultimately responsible, and why didn't that sheet of paper, why wasn't that included in that packet?
Right. I
Because
would-
it almost sounds like somebody was trying to hide something.
Right, we would have to go back to how Ashley received the information and whether it was attached to it or it wasn't attached to it.
I got you.
Well, I think regardless, going forward to be as solution-oriented as we possibly can, I really like Thomas's idea about having, a committee review all contracts, because this is a lot for one person regardless. There's no telling how it happened or why it happened, but it is what it is right now. Going forward, we need to do better. And I think having multiple sets of eyes is only going to help everybody. So I don't know, Mr. Walker, if we have to set forth any kind of policy, if that would involve you at all, or if that's just a city manager decision, but,
It's however you wish to set it up. If you want to set up a workshop, that would be one way to do it. If you want to set up a group to study this and then come back to you, then you have that ability as well. It just can't be two commissioners on that committee.
right. No, I like the idea of a workshop. If Waste Pro would be willing to participate, that'd be great. Understandably, they may be a little gun shy right now to do that, but, hopefully they'll come back and, Dana understands. She knows what it's like. So,
I want to put my hat in that.
Yes, sir.
I would like to be the one that takes a crack at that.
Well, the workshop should be everybody, publicly.
Right.
In the sunshine. Wide open, anybody can come and
But
participate,
he's
so.
saying that only one commissioner should be involved.
If it's a
If it's an
workshop,
open
you all
workshop, we
can
can
be
all be
here.
involved.
Everybody can be
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
It's a called public meeting.
Right.
Public knows about it. You cannot make a decision at a workshop, but you can gain a lot of information.
Okay, any other comments from the audience?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
My name is Lanier Smith. Just 3 comments that might help with this. I'm with the Lions Club, by the way, and we have a dumpster out there, and we contract directly with Waste Pro, so we pay them every month. Just saying, so that can happen. Also, I live on 237th Street, and the truck pulls down my street every Wednesday morning, about 10 o'clock, when there's absolutely no traffic on the road at all, and they pick up cans all the way down. So that's some information for you. My water bill has been the same water bill for 13 years now. It's $80-something a month. I don't pay the bills, but it's about what it is. So I may have one of those meters that's not working properly. So my bill may go up, but I think in the call it the new spirit of the community and what's going on here right now, I think as quiet as it is in here and nobody fussing, I think that everybody's aware of what's going on and trying to work through the problem. So I have no problem with my bill going up at the rates that you're talking about, and I would hope that most other people would feel the same way, because we got to work together to bring this thing together. On a personal note, there's a couple of people that aren't in the room tonight that are equally responsible for where we're at right now. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Grunner, Commissioner Whites have admitted their part in those decisions that were made. But I was here the night that GFL was canned, for lack of a better term, and it was because of the calls. I mean, this went on for 2 or 3 meetings. The complaints about the calls, the backlog. They came in and said, well, we're going to do this. No, you already had your chance. There was a reason why they were dismissed from here. I understand now that one comment was made tonight that it was, we got what we paid for. Okay? Well, I'm completely thrilled with our service. I have Waste Pro's number on speed dial if I ever need anything, an extra pickup, we're going to be not going to be here for a while, that kind of thing. They moved the dumpsters for us at no cost. for the car show. You know, it's just, we have a relationship with them. And I think Scott mentioned, you know, the fact that we do praise them quite often. I would hope that they would work for them. Usually, I've been in situations like this before where I've had to go to people and say, look, hey, I'm in trouble. I screwed up. I made a bad decision. And can you work with me to help us get caught up? And just my food for thought.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, commissioners, what's your pleasure in terms of a motion here?
I motion on the water increase CPI.
Okay, do we have a second?
The second motion would be,
Should we second that motion first and vote on it, Mr. Walker?
Yes,
Yeah,
that would be
do we have a second for that motion? Okay, no second.
I second it.
All right, Commissioner Grunder seconds. So it has been properly moved and seconded that we increase water rates by the CPI of 5.98%. Is that right, Diane? 5.98?
5.7.
5.7, okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
call for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment?
Once again.
Okay, do we have any public comment about the water
And it may be
rate?
helpful if, I know this is expecting a lot of Diane, but if she can tell us what that 5.7 increase
Mm-hmm.
is on each of the, so we know specifically what is in the resolution and attachment.
but we're gonna do them one by one, right?
We're gonna do
Right.
them one by one. Okay. But this is on water.
If you give me just 1 second, I have the new attachments for CPI as well.
And Madam Mayor, the other question is that this has not been noticed, or it has been noticed in the utility billings. So we need to, the motion is directing staff to increase by the 5.7. That will go out on the
And to notify at the next billing
bills
cycle.
that at your next meeting, we're going to have the increase at 5.7. That's what I'm understanding the procedure.
Right, and it will go into effect December 15th, which is when the end of the billing cycle is, and it will be on the bills that are sent out, which will be billed at the end of December.
That means that the December bills won't have the increase, they'll have the actual information on it.
Notification.
The information can go out and, the attorney will have to clarify if I'm incorrect, but we can put the notice on the bills that go out this week for November. And I don't know if that's sufficient notice for the next meeting to do a resolution or not, and then the bill would be effective in the billing that goes out at the end of December.
Yeah, I
Would
think
that be okay?
that works.
Okay.
You could do the, say, at our meeting in December, whatever meeting is first or second meeting, we will consider the increase at 5.7, and then it can be effective that evening via resolution.
Thank you.
So you're getting us those rates, Diane?
So, we want to look at water first. Sorry, I have the rates under CPI, I just didn't calculate the bill yet, so let me put that in. So the increase would be $1.51 on 5,000 gallons of water.
So it goes from what rate to what rate for the base rate?
So the actual rate would be $11.56 for the customer charge.
Mm-hmm.
The first tier would be $3.12. The second would be $3.52. The third would be $3.83, and the fourth would be $4.15.
And that 1156 is up from 1094?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So then we've got a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment on this? Okay. Do I need to do roll call on this, or can we just do?
You just,
Okay. All right, it has been properly moved and seconded that the water rate be increased by the CPI, and that the notification will go out in the next bill to notify customers that it's going to be happening in January. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Okay, next we have the wastewater rates.
I motion that we raise the wastewater rates via CPI.
Okay.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you give us details on those rates, Diane?
So for a 5,000 gallon bill, we would be going from $41.67 to $44.05. And that's a difference of $2.38.
Okay. All right, that's been properly moved and seconded. Any comments from the audience on this one? Okay.
do you want to give us the commercial side, or she's still figuring that probably?
Commercial side, it would go from 54.20 to 57.29, so that'd be a difference of $3.09.
Okay.
And then we have the charges, 1,000 gallons over 5,000 minimum.
$7.53 to $7.96.
Is that per additional K-gal?
That is correct. And then on the commercial side, it's the same.
Okay. All right. And those details would also be included in the next bill going out, which would give everybody sufficient notice legally. Okay.
Did me that the rates would go into effect December 15th, and that would run through January 15th, so it would be the bill at the end of January. So thanks to April for watching and paying attention.
Thanks, April. Okay, so the wastewater rate increase by the CPI of 5.7% for residential and commercial has been properly moved and seconded. And no comments from the audience. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, motion passes 4-0. Solid waste.
$4.62.
Okay,
That's all it was.
the solid waste.
Somebody else want to do this motion?
The dumpsters are all going to be very different, though. I mean,
That is correct.
so a 2-yard dumpster, what are we billing right now? One a week?
On one-time pickup,
Mm-hmm.
it hasn't changed. That's the only one that's the same. It's $119.77.
Oh, okay. So then 4-yard, what are we currently billing for a 4-yard once a
The
week?
4-yard that we're sorry, I got my pages all mixed up. Hold on.
Oh, she's looking at that,
Okay.
Scott. Is the workshop something you set up, or is it city staff that sets it
Be
up?
city staff.
Okay,
We'll work in conjunction with city staff to get that.
okay.
Okay, so a 2-yard, 2 times pickup is $235.57 currently. 2 yards, 3 times is $357.32, and 4 times is $367.
So 4 times, we're billing more, wait, 367 is what we're currently billing?
That's correct.
Okay. While we evaluate all of the data out there in terms of who's got dumpsters, what they're paying, what they might prefer, perhaps massage the business model, we have to cover our costs. We've already lost all of our fund balance because of this.
That's
So,
correct.
wow.
Before I make a motion on this, which I'm really struggling with, if we have this workshop and we renegotiate pricing, can we come back and lower these prices? You know, I'm gonna hold you to that, right?
Absolutely, 100%. I would like nothing more.
With that said, I motion that we raise the solid waste rate. Is there a percentage?
It varies. The percentage seems to vary depending on the size of the dumpster. Yeah, the
do the
residential. The residential is pretty straightforward. But what you've got summarized there, Diane, is what we are being charged right now. Is that correct?
Plus the multiplier for the transfer to the general fund.
Okay.
That's what we gathered, that's what we used to get from that $9 difference in the billing. So if we don't have that, we can't support the general fund.
Okay. How much of that is going to come from the residential? Because we have a small buffer built in now for residential with this rate.
Small portion, yes.
But-
So we're being charged $24.50, and we're going to $27.75. And keep in mind too, we've already got a deficit because we will be going 3 months charging less than we are, charging less than we're being billed.
So by my rough calculations, we are building up $117,000 over the course of a full year just with that delta.
Right, and which we'll have 3/4 of a year because we won't start billing, this won't go into effect
So
until after
that's-
the first quarter.
$87,750.
And then we've got the differential for the last several months.
So can we accept this new residential rate structure and then reevaluate, make sure that for the commercial, we are billing the customer what we are being billed, and then look at it after we have a chance to sit down with Race Pro?
Absolutely set the rates as a straight pass-through with no adders. That's totally fine, we can do that. We won't recover what we've lost, won't recoup what we've lost this past quarter, but it certainly is fair to look at and reevaluate.
If we don't do that, what's the damage to our budget?
So we will have, let's see, the contract is $700,000 different over the course of a year. I would say that we have $250,000 or so that's a general fund transfer, so we need to recover that.
If
Just-
we're able to identify cost savings in the general fund in other areas, would that alleviate the pressure for this?
Not if we alleviate the pressure on water and sewer. So the water and sewer rate proposals that we talked about were based on $400,000 worth of cuts in the general fund, without putting a change in solid waste. We can always modify that model and look at it in different ways. That was just the scenario that we came forward with. So in answer to your question, Commissioner Grunder, we're probably looking at about 100,000. At least for the first quarter that we've done nothing. If we were to not have the adder that allowed for the general fund transfer, that would be about another 250,000 over the course of the year. Now, like we talked about, we absolutely can come back. We can come back in a month and talk about it again. I mean, we can talk about this. We can change it as many times as you want to change it. There's not a limitation on it other than the calendar to be able to have notifications.
I just feel like in terms of the commercial side, we don't have compilation of enough data yet. You know, how many 2-yard, 4-yard, 6-yard? What's the impact going to be to all of these people that have this? We have to be able to meet our costs. But if we are, this is just my opinion, if we're passing along the burden of our own misstep without having enough data compiled, I think that we're getting ahead of our skis there.
That's irresponsible.
Right. And I think we could, there's not so many commercial accounts that it would be prohibitive to compile that data and be working from, you know, a place of data instead of trying to build up fund balance because, using these rates.
Looking for the number of customers in each of the squares in the grid. Okay.
You know, I mean, what's the makeup in terms of the commercial solid waste? I don't know.
Like I said, I know as far as from the dumpster size itself, they're anywhere from 35 to 40, 42 maybe in each category. So it's pretty evenly distributed as far as the dumpster size itself. It's the number of pickups I'm not sure about.
Okay.
I mean, I really think the more common of the first column, maybe second column, when you get to the right of the grid, there's much fewer customers in that area.
And I would assume that if a customer is getting picked up 4 times a week and they really only wanted 2, Kevin would have already heard from them. I mean, did we get a lot of that, Kevin, early on? No? Okay.
But they've been paying the same
Well,
rate.
I mean,
They've
why,
been paying
why
the
would they
same rate.
complain?
Right.
So
Right.
they haven't experienced an increase yet. They've
Right.
been paying the same rates.
Right.
So
Yeah. Gentlemen?
Yeah, I guess. So what's the percentage you want me to use?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, at a minimum, I think we have to be covering our costs. We're already in the hole. But I don't know if we've got enough information to make a, I don't know what that 1977-18. Do we have an 8-yard dumpster that's being picked up 5 times a week? And is he only paying, you know, $700 now?
Diane, what would be the right wording or percentage that I should use for the increase on the waste, solid waste?
I believe that would be adequate. Is that right, Attorney? Mm-hmm. Would that be adequate? And this would be the backup. This would go in the resolution, that page.
I just want to make sure that the citizens are aware also
Right.
what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I motion to raise the solid waste rate as presented,
With commercial, the way it's presented up there?
or the way it's presented up there.
Okay. Okay, we have no second. Do we have a different motion?
That hurt me too much, I ain't doing it.
I mean, if we have no motion, and a second to do anything, then it stays as is, right? Right.
So my understanding is if we do nothing, we're gonna fall deeper in a hole. So we have to do something.
Recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner Grunder has seconded your motion.
I'm not happy either, Tristan.
I know. It's, you know, enough people knew about this, and it wasn't told to us, and nobody's taking ownership. And I know we want to hang it on the attorney, and you know what? It's not them. All they do is read over a contract and tell us whether it's what's on the paper or not. It ain't his fault. And I know we want to hang it at somebody's neck, but
Well, it's ultimately one person's.
no, it's more than that. We heard in the last meeting that people knew and we weren't told. And I know there were meetings and we sat there and we talked to people and we weren't told. And I'm not going to get past that. I'm just not. And it's frustrating. And we screwed this up. And I am sorry. From me personally to everybody who voted for me and didn't vote for me, I'm sorry. We screwed this shit up.
Now, I would like, as soon as possible, to find out who misplaced that,
Information.
the information that they didn't get. So,
You already. On April the 19th, before the package went out, the email was sent to the city manager. It did not have the pricing in it. So that's what went in the agenda packet. And that's what was sent out. But let me go back to my email real quick. On the 25th, because our meeting was on the 27th, the assistant city manager sent out an email with the pricing in it to all of the commissioners in an email. And he sent it, let me see. I think it was the 25th. I do believe it was the 25th. He sent out an email, and it was a final draft of the contract, and it included the pricing. So I don't know if they were still in negotiating, or it just wasn't cleaned up, and so there were some revisions to it from what I can get from the email.
So is that in here?
The email that Angela just spoke about, I don't believe is in my packet. I don't think it is, but my understanding is that Exhibit A was on the dais the evening that this was passed. That's my understanding.
So usually that's what happens. So if something comes in later and something's been changed, it's in the agenda packet, like tonight, I passed out the letter. If that occurs, it's usually emailed, especially if it comes to my office, we'll print it and we pass it out. So we always set it in there. So you're not gonna see it in your original agenda packet, but we do try to print them and put them on the dais. Now, sometimes they'll come and take them or whatever, but that's typically what we try to do.
so was it printed out?
Was it printed out?
Yeah.
My understanding it would be printed out.
Did you all get the printed out version?
It's hard to remember.
I can't
back to
remember from April
Yeah.
27th, but I mean, if Angela says we did, we must have. I mean, I'm not gonna,
Because it's sitting right here in front of me.
well, I see it now, but I had my packet from the 27th and it wasn't in that packet.
No, it wasn't
so-
in the original
Right,
packet.
right.
She is correct. It was not in the original packet because what was sent to Ashley did not contain the pricing. But on the 25th, so we send out a packet a week prior, which you've learned, right?
Yeah,
So
I
on the
mean, I
19th
get that. I'm just trying to see how 5 people can be sitting up here and not nobody remember that they got a packet or not. Because I mean, I know if I was sitting up here, I
Oh,
would
I had my
remember.
packet.
No, I'm talking about the information.
It was also sent to the email as well.
Okay.
And the, I can't remember exactly, well, did I print that? I do a lot of meetings, so it's hard to remember if I did. That is my typical procedure, just like the letter today. If somebody asks me, Angela, can you send this out? I always put it at your seat. That's typically my procedure.
With this Exhibit A pricing that we have here, I have no reason to doubt it was on the dice. But I usually, when I come in, it doesn't show us the delta. Doesn't show us that 2313 has been $9.14. We had no way to know that. And when we were told they're going to honor the pricing, we believed that. So,
And I guess that's where me and Andrew Miller, Commissioner Miller, are trying to get to, is did that actually happen? Well, after talking to Angela today, I don't think that ever happened to anybody saying they're going to honor GFL's pricing. There might have been a confusion about that, but I don't think anybody ever said, and particularly Waste Pro said, hey, we're going to honor GFL's pricing, because it's all showed here today that they didn't say that.
no, Waste Pro, I don't remember them ever talking about money. They
So
didn't
it
talk
was
about dollars.
somebody internally in the city of High Springs that said, oh, they're going to honor the pricing, and then everybody picked up on that. And that's where I think the mistake is. I hope I wasn't speaking out of line.
So, where do we go from here? We've got a motion and a second to approve these rates as presented for commercial waste. Do we have any comments from the audience?
Order, I guess, is, so from here, does this require a motion that you are also going to gather the information from all of those people on the commercial side to be able to make a best decision as we move forward? I don't know if that requires a motion, but.
We could provide direction.
I definitely want to provide.
Along the same line as Kathy, if we're gonna take a bath on the commercial dumpsters for the next 2 months because of the notifications that have to go out in that period of time, another thing I picked up on is these people might have dumpsters that they don't really need. They may have one that is too large, and if they also are made aware of the situation, if they're not listening in tonight via internet or not paying attention to what's going on, what problems we have, it may be advantageous to get with them early and find out, hey, you know, what can you actually get along with? Here's what we've got. You know, you've been paying us $30 for something that's costing us $500 right now, and we've got to do something about it. So this is what we're, along with the proposal that you're making tonight, go ahead and do the CPI like you're doing, but along with the notifications that are going out to those commercial people with the larger dumpsters, let them know that we need their help to figure it out as well.
So do I need to change the motion?
Well, the motion is to approve what's presented up there, what Diane has up there. That is, those increases are more than CPI. On the commercial side, for sure. The residential side, it is as well, but not by a bunch.
But again, I wanted, the direction that I wanted it to go in, and I think we all should want this, is that as we have workshops, negotiations, or anything like that, if there's any savings that we can bring back to them, that it's noted that we want to bring back the savings. In the
Right.
same way we're sending them a little letter saying that it's going up, we need to send them one that says, hey, we got something done where it's going down. So do I need to put that in the motion, is what I'm getting.
I think your motion's sufficient, because I think the general consensus is you're going to have a workshop on all of this and work towards a resolution.
So for right now, we're just putting a Band-Aid on the wound. But with more data, hopefully we could roll it back some.
And we have AMI coming in and stuff like that, let's see what that does.
So do we have to, if we talk about a workshop, do we have to set it for a date certain, or just say in January, or? you know, a certain,
I think you can do it either way.
Okay.
If you want to start looking at dates and then circulate a poll as to what's good for the commissioners
okay,
and of course, Waste Pro.
right. Okay, so are there any other comments from the audience? This is a tough meeting.
Wait a minute, I think I'm gonna make it.
Yes, sir.
My name's Brad Riddle. I want to thank the mayor and the vice mayor for being honest. Commissioner Grunder, I think the world of you. In the last couple months, I've watched you in action, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't vote for you. But I appreciate it, everything you're doing. And the two new commissioners, I think all four of y'all are gonna work well together. I think we're gonna see some changes in High Springs. I think you're gonna turn the city around financially. And as I stated at the last commission meeting, anything I can do to help, I'm willing to do that. And I know tomorrow I'll be touring the wastewater plant, the water plant, and the lift stations. And I will come back before y'all with some of my own recommendations that may help the city. I sure wish Commissioner Williams was here tonight. But I thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, so it has been properly moved and seconded that we adopt the solid waste rates as presented, which is not CPI, it's more, for the time being, and then reconvene with a workshop maybe in January, after we have some AMI data, to discuss rates again. Do I understand your motion? Okay, is that sufficient, Mr. Walker?
We're going to follow the same procedures, send out the rate
Right.
notices and
Right.
same.
Right, okay. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes 4-0. Thank you, gentlemen. I know that was difficult. Thank you
wanna
all
make
for
a
your
comment.
participation. Yes, sir.
Just to the citizens. And let you all know that I'm gonna work my hardest in this workshop, and we're gonna do what we can to try to get whatever we can back out of that contract, okay?
So, Mr. Walker, do we need to vote on the resolution as a whole now, or have we passed everything we need to individually?
No, what we're going to do is have all three of these resolutions before you at the meeting in December.
Okay.
Then you'll pass those, and then it'll go into effect that evening.
Okay. Okay, we finished unfinished business. Next on the agenda is citizens' requests and comments for issues not on the agenda. Please state your name for the record and limit your comments to 5 minutes, please.
Good evening. My name is Lanier Smith. Just to kind of lighten the tone a little bit, I want to let everybody know that we missed it tonight, but Santa Claus is at the Lions Club tomorrow evening from 6 to 9 p.m. Please bring the kids by to make their Christmas wishes and grab some hot chocolate and cookies, maybe take a train ride. Also, we will be heavily involved with the tree lighting with train rides, and Santa Claus will be there on December 2nd. It's on the marquee downstairs. And I hope, congratulations to you guys. Doing a wonderful job already. All right, appreciate you. Good night, y'all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hey, my name's Kelly Barber. I just wanted to, this is kind of personal opinion, just wanted to say thank you to Ashley, our city manager. I know she's not perfect, but I think she had the best interest of the city at heart. I think she did a great job for the city. I think you guys are losing a tremendous asset. I hope she'll reconsider. I hope if she did, you guys would reconsider. I think just from personal experience, she was always prompt with me, straightforward with me. Didn't always get what I wanted, but I I knew where I stood, and I think she did a great job, and I really hate to lose her. So, Ashley, if you happen to be listening, I hope you'll reconsider your resignation. I think you're great for this city, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Commissioners, do you have any responses at this time? No?
I think we've done enough.
Mr. Barber, I appreciate your comments. I've been on the phone with Ashley a lot, and I think that it's difficult to understand what she came into and how far she's gotten us. She has done a lot. It's a hard job. It's a really hard job. All right, our next item on the agenda is new business. Discuss, consider, and act on appointing a member to the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization. MTPO.
Our former mayor, Gloria James, was our representative. I don't know much about it. I know that it is something that the planning council, it's kind of sort of part of their program, and I don't believe it's a non-voting. She represented the rural areas in the county or whatever, but I know the next meeting's December the 8th, and they're quarterly. And so now that she's exited office here, then we would need someone to be appointed to that.
So it's supposed to be an elected person?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I have somebody in mind.
Do you? Care to share?
Not right now.
Well, I mean, we need to appoint somebody, so. And do you know if Commissioner Williams has any interest?
Not, but I believe Commissioner Williams is already appointed to the, like, Christie, she attends the regular North Florida Regional Planning Council.
Right.
He is the official representative for them already. He just can't attend so many because it's the same night as our commission meetings. So
Right.
Chrissy attends as his proxy.
Okay.
So I don't know if he wants to do both of those.
Well, he's not here, so I don't think it would be fair to
Yeah.
appoint him in his absence. Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
Vice Mayor Grunter?
Vice Mayor Grunder?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we appoint you.
I think he was asking.
I was looking right at it. I figured one mayor to the other.
There you go. Hey, I'm with that. I make a motion we appoint Mayor White.
Second.
Oh, I knew I could get him on my side.
Okay,
I knew I could get him there.
all right. It is
They always serve food, so that's a
food,
bonus.
food,
Yeah.
coffee?
Should have led with that.
I'm sure they have coffee.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any comments from the audience? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded that Mayor Whites becomes the new MTPO member.
Looks good on you, I think.
Yeah. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
You're opposed?
No,
Okay.
I had to get up. I was trying to catch up.
You were late to the party. Okay. All right. 4-0.
See, you wanted it.
I'll do it. All right. Next item on the agenda, discuss, consider, and act on fiscal year 2022-2023 budget amendment.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and read this by title only. This is ordinance 2023-17, an ordinance amending the adopted fiscal year 2023 budget of the City of High Springs, providing an effective date, providing for conflict, the appropriate motion at the appropriate time is to pass ordinance 2023-17 as read by title only.
So, Madam Mayor, we are required by statute at the end of the year to adjust our budget, the budget only. It's important that we designate that. The budget amendment only pertains to budget numbers for last year. It does, I don't want to say it's a formality, but it kind of is, because there's not really anything that it allows us to do. So we need to go in and update the budget numbers to reflect the actuals. It doesn't change the actual. So what was spent in '23 is what was spent in '23. We can't spend more. We can't go back and use that money. So the budget is just making it so we have a balanced budget. The attorney spoke about having a balanced budget earlier. This is based on unaudited numbers. We haven't done the 2023 audit yet, so there will still be cleanup that happens during the audit process, so the numbers may change slightly, but there should not be any material changes. Again, this will increase the accountability, so in the backup is a detailed list of all the departments, all the funds, and every budget line. So anybody can go in and look at the backup and see how we finished the year. Again, not audited numbers. And we're required to do it within 60 days of the end of the fiscal year, which was September 30th, so it's due by November 30th. So that's why we're coming on the 28th. That's why we're doing this meeting today. I'm absolutely happy to answer specific questions you might have about any of the numbers that you've seen or anything in the backup. My recommendation would be, if it's something that you guys would really like to go through in detail, which is not a bad idea at all, that maybe we put that on an agenda and actually put some time behind it, because it could get to be a very lengthy discussion. And again, I'm happy to do that, however you want to do it. But since we took so much time, the first one, I didn't know if you guys would rather wait. I will go through, just so everybody has an opportunity to see. So the general fund, of course, is the fund that has our general areas of general government. So you can see each of the departments listed there with what the budget was for their department and what the amended budget was. I'm going to go ahead and, on the next slide, grab each of the departments that went over and hit the highlights of why there's overages. And again, this is very high level. I'm happy to do this in more detail in another session. The city commission was slightly over due to property and liability insurance coming in higher than anticipated. We see that throughout a lot of the departments. In finance, my budget was over. We had completed 2 audits during fiscal year '23, the '21 and the '22. I had only budgeted for one. I thought the '21 would be done before. I got here in April of '22, so I was just kind of getting a feel for where the schedules were too. But that's why finance is over. The city attorney's rates changed, and we had some non-routine projects during the year last year. In police, again, we had the insurance increase. Dispatch, which is the county combined communication centers, their rates went up. Fuel, utilities, vehicle repairs, we've talked about a lot with the budget discussions and how many vehicles have had issues in the police department. The retirement rate changes, FRS rate changes in July of every year, and we talked about this in '24, that the public safety percentage went up by 17%. So we're already talking about a third of everything that we pay in salary for police and fire, we have to pay to FRS. So that's another reason that police and fire are so expensive. Again, nothing we can control. Billable overtime, so I believe you're aware that when High Springs sends an officer, we'll use a UF football game, that's an easy example, we get paid for that. So they reimburse our time. So we had budgeted on the expense side to have a certain amount of overtime. We actually did more outside work than planned. So the expense side went up, but we also had an offsetting revenue. We collected about $50,000 in '23 for billable overtime that was reimbursed. In planning and codes, we had a code officer leave. They had a PTO payout, and there's associated benefits. We have to pay retirement on those PTO payouts, including FICA and Medicare. Then we got a new codes officer in. You have to kind of reset them a little bit too. IT, we had several non-routine projects, so it wasn't just we need our help desk. We had a lot of projects last year that came up that we're not anticipating going into next year. The streets department, again, property and liability and utilities. And in Parks and Rec, we had a PTO, and PTO, I'm sorry, is paid time off. So when an employee leaves and they have leave built up, they get reimbursed for that. They get paid for that. So the director of Parks and Rec resigned and got the payout. And then fuel and utilities also really impacted the Parks Department, especially where you have the lighting, outdoor lighting, things like that.
Can you go back for just a second, if you don't mind? IT non-routine projects. What kind of, is it stuff that we didn't anticipate? What, is it AMI related?
It could be anything that comes up. So let's say, we'll use the Purvis system and fire for an example. So we got new equipment. It required a lot more IT than was anticipated, which often happens with a lot of things we get. We think it's like, oh, no big deal, you go buy a system, well, then you find out you've got to coordinate with the city of Gainesville, you've got to coordinate with Alachua County, there's all these agreements in the IT land to connect all of them. So that was an example where that was not in the budget, we didn't anticipate it, we used ARPA funds to upgrade the Purvis system, and I don't know, personally, wasn't involved in that budget process, because I don't know what it takes to do Purvis, but for whatever reason, there was a lot of IT involved. So that's kind of an example of things that we don't always anticipate happening, especially with ARPA, because that was kind of a different set of funds that we didn't usually have, so it wasn't a routine annual thing. Does that help? I should be able to think of other examples, and I can't, but that was the one that is easy to talk about.
Real quick, do we
Yes.
get a bill breakdown on those IT hours?
Yes, we do. We get a monthly bill, it's about this thick. We had, during the year last year, because we had so many projects, they actually suggested we go to a fixed rate because it would save us money over all these hours for projects. Going into the next year, we've just had conversations with Eric, and he's our IT, Eric May, and he kind of ran the idea by me just to make sure it made sense, and then went and talked to Ashley, and we're gonna go back to the fixed pricing for next year because we don't anticipate that type of projects. We don't have any influx of money or anything out of the ordinary that we're anticipating. So that actually should save us money. And when we talk about the '24 budget, he's actually looking at a cut of about $60,000 in doing that.
And he's going to be billing time and materials instead of lump sum for this current year?
Yes, I had to think about it for a minute, sorry. I was thinking which direction I was going.
Okay.
Yes, and he's anticipating at least about a $60,000 savings. So we'll watch that, and if we can cut more, we will. Yeah.
That's the start. That's great.
I mean, he lives here, he,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
he's part of the community, gets it.
Okay.
Anything else before I go on? I know I'm going quickly just because, like I said, this is a very high overview, and
Yeah, I mean, I know right now, but maybe later if we can go into details with Parks and Recs, because that's a $78,000 difference.
yep, absolutely. Yep, I agree 100%.
Yeah, some of those overages were interesting.
And again, happy to talk about them, so it's up to you and Ashley. If we want to put something on the agenda for next meeting, we can do that. And I'd really like to be able to have a little advance notice when we could do the details, because I'd like the department heads to be able, I mean, I do the budget, they spend the money. You know, we're all working together, but they really know the details of their operations much better than I do.
I do have a quick question for Thomas. Remember that pavilion I had you tape off? Did we get any, have we gotten any quotes or any bids on that?
I have the recreation director looking into that now. He's supposed to be getting quotes this week.
Okay.
Okay, so other funds, these are funds that have specific funding sources, unlike the general fund with taxes and state revenue sharing and things like that. These charge fees for services or have a dedicated revenue that comes into them. In fire, again, you can see the numbers. The next slide, I did the same thing where I just hit the highlights. CRA, wild spaces, public places, and building are a little bit different, and transportation are a little bit different. They have a designated funding source. Projects are done during the year. Whatever money isn't used just rolls back into that fund. So if you see that we under or overspend, it's not a linear connection. There has to be more of a conversation to understand what's happening, because it may be that we didn't have projects to do, or we had more projects than we anticipated and we used fund balance for those funds. They're restricted. You can't use the money in other areas, so we can talk more about those in detail. Water, sewer, and solid waste, we've talked about quite a bit tonight.
I have a question about solid waste number there.
Yes.
Fiscal year budget, amended budget, with the $60,000 more a month that we're having to pay, I get $300,000. Why is it almost $500,000?
If you'll recall, back in August, we had a presentation about water, sewer, and solid waste and their fund balances. One of the things we found was that sewer did not have enough money to balance the budget. So we reduced the general fund transfer from sewer, and we took more out of water and solid waste to balance that budget. So that was the additional piece that's not there for the contract. We actually had moved it. Remember, we stepped through those slides of where the general fund was, where the fund balances were for each of those. And so in order to make sewer balance, we reduced the amount that they transferred to the general fund and increased water and solid waste, the amount that they transferred. And it about broke us even with everybody by doing it that way. Does that make sense?
So that's not actually we didn't overspend by $500,000 on solid waste. We're just having to add that money there to make the budget balance.
We actually had about $350,000 additional from the new contract. We actually collected more than we anticipated. If I remember, I think it was right around 100,000. So that offsets a little bit of the overage as well. So we had about 350 for the contract, and then probably another 150. I'll have to look at the numbers. I can't remember for sure. So on the expense side, but then we also had extra revenue on the revenue side. We had extra funds come in too, so it offset it a little bit.
Okay.
The hard part about all of these is nothing is just one thing moves. There's a lot of things moving. So I want to make sure that I answer those questions and that you understand what we're doing. Let me go ahead and run through the quick answers, and then of course we can answer any other questions you have. In fire, we had the liability, property and liability insurance, fuel, utilities, and then overtime. We had quite a bit of extra overtime in fire. In water, we had the insurance, fuel, utilities. I should have put chemicals as well. As you know, the cost of chlorine and other chemicals used in water and wastewater have gone up quite a bit. In sewer, again, this is probably a whole conversation about the system. And Thomas, I know, loves to talk about this with the grinder pumps and the lift stations in the system that have been having issues. Those are very expensive. Utilities, again, of course, obviously the plants use quite a bit of utilities. And then there's some overtime in sewer as well. When the grinder pumps break, when somebody has a grinder pump at their house and it breaks on Saturday night, we need to send somebody out. That's traditionally overtime. And since we did have so many break, we had excess overtime there. And then, of course, with solid waste, the new contract, and I should have added the general fund transfer adjustment. I forgot about that when I was doing that.
With the overtime on the fire, we added 3 FTEs last year, right?
That's correct.
Would that not alleviate the overtime?
I don't know. That would be a question for management of the fire department.
They're 240. They're over 240.
Wasn't some of it, though, we're waiting on the FEMA money to come back, correct, for the hurricane?
We got the FEMA money back last meeting, I was gonna tell you, but we got other topics. We got this, about 75,000 back. We have it, that went into the fire fund.
Is that I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is that the 75 from last hurricane or from the hurricane before that we were waiting on?
It's from the one before that. This is from this time last year when we had fire crews go to Ian 2 times in Fort Myers.
Okay, so we're still waiting on the new.
Correct.
And that's part of that number?
That's been submitted.
But that's part of that
and
overtime number?
It is, I'm trying to think what fiscal year we're in and when that happened. It was at the end of.
It was in
September.
23.
So it was in 23.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
so
so
it
we're
would
still-
be.
all right, so a lot of that's gonna be
And that one's around
that.
40,000, 50,000, something like that.
Okay.
And I haven't looked at the reports to see how much, what the actual hours were for overtime there. Bruce had submitted that packet, so I didn't have that information, so I'm not really sure of the details, but I can look it up if you
Okay.
want to know. And this next chart, it's busy. Obviously, nobody wants to read this on a screen.
Can you read it?
It's in the backup. It's just a different way of showing what you just saw. So on the left-hand side, you have the categories that were typically over in the departments and the departments across the top. What you don't see is all the departments that were really great and were under budget. So the clerk's office, the city commission, the city manager's office, Public Works had several areas that were under budget. PIO was way under budget. So
Hey, all right.
we had, I know.
There we go. Thank y'all for that.
So we did have several areas that were under budget or right at budget. But these are the main drivers. In police, one of the things was, it was mine, it wasn't police, is I under budgeted the salaries. We had just done the union agreement, and I went in and changed the rates, and I missed a couple of them. And so over the course of the year, that contributed to it. And then when you have overages on salaries, that means it flows through to FRS and the benefits. Same with overtime. So when you have excess overtime, it impacts the other benefit categories. And again, it's the same information, different people understand data in a different way, so it's just a different way to look at it. If it's helpful, great. If not, you can disregard. And then it might give you questions from when we go through this in detail. I think that was the last slide. Yep. So is there anything else that I can answer before we move forward with the amendment approval?
I would say going forward, I know being the new guy last year was, the budget was difficult
Yes.
to pick up.
Yes.
So I think to help us all, the three especially newer of us, I'd like a workshop before we get into budget talks to kind of
Yep.
get an idea of where we're at so that we really have an
Absolutely.
understanding, so we don't run up against another 350 downfall. And I definitely do not want to be sitting in this position again this time next year. I can tell you that right now.
I would agree.
So I would love if we could do that, and I know we don't need to do anything with it right now, but that's kind of where I'm thinking, and I'm going to be pushing for that so that we're not sitting in the same situation.
And anytime, if any of you want to meet individually too and go over it, if you have specific questions, I'm happy to do that. I'm usually in my office, so anytime that you want to meet is fine, and I don't mind. It makes my job easier when you understand the data and you understand the budget. It makes it much easier for me, so selfishly, I want you to understand it. But if you don't, it's very complicated. I mean, there's lots of things I don't know that, we have to all talk about it and figure it out. So, it's a lot of information.
Any questions, commissioners?
No.
Any questions from the audience? So really, Diane, I understand this is just pro forma. We have to do this. This is just what the numbers are.
That's exactly right.
Discussing
And again,
the-
it's changing the budget. It doesn't impact anything in real dollars, so to speak.
Right, right. This is just the data. This is what it is. Okay.
Madam Mayor, do you want a motion now, or do you want to go to a public comment first?
I asked for public comment. I didn't see anybody get up. So, yeah, I guess we need a motion on the ordinance 2023-17.
I make a motion that we approve the ordinance.
Second.
2317.
Second.
On first reading, okay. It has been properly moved and seconded. Angela, did we do roll call on this? Okay.
Okay. Mayor Whites,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grunder,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Topanis.
Yes.
All right. And we'll have a second reading on this at the next meeting? Okay. Thank you, Diane. Okay, next item on the agenda.
Like 3 minutes.
Sorry. Could we have a 5-minute recess real quickly?
For me.
All right, we'll get back to work.
Like a mayor. Hit it like a judge.
All right. Hit it like a judge. All right, thank you guys for hanging in there with us. Next item on the agenda, new business item number 3, discuss, consider, and act on the Priest Theater. Is anybody presenting anything on this? Yes?
My name's Joe Hoffman. I'm a local contractor. I was asked to look at the Priest Theater about 2 years ago. I was working on the doctor's office across the street. And there was an architect working on how to repair the roof. So I went over there. He asked me to come over and take a look. I went and looked at it. And since then, I put together an estimate for the owner about 2 years ago. And then I also put together an estimate for someone who wanted to do something else with the property. And so I found out that you were talking about it and maybe getting a grant, or I'm not sure what it is, from the state. And so I provided some paperwork, and I hope that you have it. Sorry it got to you late. I didn't know about the meeting until yesterday. Yes, sir. And it basically is just a cost breakdown on what things would cost to bring it back up to where you could use the property. So I'm not adding anything to it other than taking the old roof off. And I'm not saying me, I'm just saying I don't want to see the building get knocked down or abused any more than it already has. If something isn't done soon, it's probably going to collapse. So, and I made that comment a year ago. So if you have any questions for me, you're welcome to. I've been a contractor for 40 years. I actually know your attorney sitting at the dais, so.
Joe does a good job with it.
So your estimate here is just a little over $605,000 to shore it up. You've got 20 grand here for architectural and engineering. The estimate here had 80 grand.
Yeah, I talked to, I don't know if he wants me to mention his name at this point, but
You
he
needn't,
would
it's
do it
okay.
at that cost.
Okay, so A&E would be cheaper. So really what you've got here is getting it back to a usable theater.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Now, that's no paint. That's not doing any other electrical work that you might wish to do, any ADA requirements that you might want to do. I don't know what that would cost, but I mean, I would give an approximation of maybe another $100,000 to do some more to make it more modern, so to speak. And again, I haven't been in it probably over a year, so I don't know what kind of shape it's at inside, but it's still salvageable. The structure itself is still sound. It's just the roof is collapsing.
And I will say the difference between his as well is you added AC, new AC.
That's 2 new 10-ton units with ducting and replacing the one in the lobby that's a 2-ton unit, keeping the ductwork that's there.
Yeah, because that's not on our current quote.
Right, right. Well, I think that the current scope of work was basically just shoring it up so that it could potentially be sold to a private buyer. I think that's basically what Ashley has presented for us here.
I have no idea what you have. I
Right,
haven't looked
right.
at any of that. I was just trying to give you a cost estimate. And, you know, and if you were to take on the grant, I'm assuming that you would send that out to bid, a hard bid from different contractors, which would be the smart thing to do. And I'm sure that it would come in at pretty close to those numbers. I checked on all of those numbers today just to make sure that they were valid, so.
Which is no easy feat with the cost of 2-inch stick of pipe. It's going to be different tomorrow.
Yeah. Fair enough. If nothing else, if you take the grant and at least get the building to where it's, you know, safe again. You know, I mean, put the roof back on it. Even if you can't do all the upgrades that you want to do, at least it's there. And as I understand it, you'll own the building at that point. So, you know, it's not going into disrepair at that point.
There are so many questions. Gentlemen, I'm going to give
Well,
it
I
to
have
you
a
first.
couple.
Yes, sir.
In the last meeting, we talked about not owning the priest, not operating the priest, about repairing it to its bare minimum to where we can resell it. Is this the right quote for it? I don't know.
This is a quote for more than that.
Yes.
For sure.
Well, again, you could eliminate any of those items that you wish, maybe
Right.
just put the roof on and get it where it's, watertight, and then go from there. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's still less than the quote that we got.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at that. This one's scary.
We don't have any backup data in terms of the repair, replace building roof system, $510,000, but if you look at Paul Stressing's updated report, it's about $130,000 more than that. So, it looks like in the past couple of years since he did his initial evaluation, it's gonna require more. But, if we could save 60 grand on the A&E, it gets us a little bit further. I have a question about, we've got here, the purchase of the property is $350,000 estimated based on the appraisal that was done. This appraisal is impressive, by the way. Whoever did this, it's very detailed. But there's also the small strip of land that the library owns. Is that part of this conversation, or is it just the priest?
Oh, no.
I know that's not a question for you,
I
but,
was like, that's not a question for him.
no, I know, but in terms of the whole big picture. So you're a GC.
For me?
You're a GC, you sub out your electrical, you sub out your plumbing?
Yes.
Okay. This is really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, we do appreciate this. And I will say I Googled you before the meeting, and you are 5 stars, so I did do that.
So I guess really the issue before us at this point, gentlemen, is we've got the appropriations money out there, and this is the first time we've had an opportunity to discuss what we want to do. Commissioner Tapanis has indicated that he doesn't want to be a Realtor, and I concur. If we can leverage the city's ability to get this appropriations to sell it, in terms of if we could structurally stabilize it. I know that the Allen Goods have had different people interested over the years in terms of buying. If we could structurally stabilize it and then get it to a point where we could sell it, how do you feel about that?
Well, I have one question. The appropriation money, the grant that we're getting, are we limited to the amount of time that we have to own it before we can sell it?
They say no. That's
It
what I've been
Ashley said
told.
no, yep.
I've been
We
told
asked
no,
that
and
question.
I've also been told that it's in writing, that we are able to purchase it and then sell it, and we are able to keep the money, and they are not expecting us to come up with the 250,000 that initially was
There's no
talked
match,
about.
right.
There's no match for that.
Right.
Okay, so the other question is, are we gonna be using any of our city people, any of our departments to do any work over there?
I don't know why we would. We don't have,
It's right now the scope of work of what needs to be done, which that would be help with the engineer or the architect.
And if they did inspections, we've have it built, no?
I won't do it. No, we would,
Sub that out?
yeah, we'll have somebody else do that.
What kind of estimated cost would that involve, do you know, Alan?
For the permitting,
Permitting, inspecting, and all that kind of stuff.
For alteration renovations done on square footage, I'd have to do the math, but I'd say approximately $2,500.
So not a huge
It's
amount.
not a bank breaker.
Okay, okay. I understand why you wouldn't want to do that. That makes sense. That makes sense to me.
Now, will we have,
Just for information only, you would have to look at maybe bringing ADA if you went that far.
Can you come up so that, I mean, there's probably people online that would love to hear what you got to say.
Well, Alan Alley, good building official for High
Yes, sir.
Springs. I really don't like speaking on it because I work here, but I would reach out to our city of Alachua. We need to renew our interlocal agreement with them anyway, but they would do the plan reviews or inspections or whatever construction's done. And I think that's about it. The ADA, if you guys, I don't know how far you're gonna go, that's a decision you need to make, but I think you would need to look at ADA, one bathroom. You could do an elevator, a wheelchair lift beside the other steps. There's some simple fixes to meet the intent of the code. And, if it goes that far.
But to make it sellable to another entity, to a private owner, would we have to do that? I mean, if the city was not going to own it, if we were just going to use the money to structurally stabilize the roof, because once we're out of money, we're out of money.
I agree with that. I hate to speak on it, but if you stabilize the building and you're saving it from catastrophic failure of imploding on itself, and you have somebody sign off on that, or a building inspector who approves your permit that you've applied for, and has an architect sign saying the building's structurally sound, I think at that time you could sell it. From being the building official here, we run into a lot of older homes, and I asked the builders to provide me with a structural engineer's letter saying that house is habitable and can withstand before we give them a permit to redo it. Because we would be, at fault if we're a rundown home that's just not salvageable.
I do have another question for you. Have you had any local, private, not us, interested in the building?
Yes, sir. My wife and I had a sale before we found out the city received the grant or the appropriations, and we met with those people and we decided that we'd like to see the state have the opportunity to save it, and we've since went back to them and we lost that sale. They've started a different project, so they're off the table.
Is that building at this point considered a condemned building?
Bruce and I have looked at it. We've not legally condemned it, but I personally put safety fencing around it, and it has dry rotted. I picked all that up and cleaned it up because it did look like blight. As Commissioner Grunder said the other night, it looks like crap. But we do need to put the safety fencing back up, and then I can't stop people from pulling our post up. I put them in, I'm done. So.
Now, will we have, could we actually appoint somebody from one of the boards to make sure that the process is going smooth? Like if we did hire a contractor, like somebody from the planning board?
Well, since it's a historic structure, would that go before the Historic Preservation Board if they wanted to pull any permits? They'd have to get that kind of stuff approved through the Historic Preservation Board, yes? Okay.
And they make the recommendations to us.
Right.
Yeah, Janet and I were here approximately, she'll have to correct me, she's always right.
Well, I felt that one deep.
That's a smart man.
We did stand here before the commission years ago. We have an image out there. The colors have been approved, the marquee's been approved. You'd have to search the minutes. All of that's been approved. If the city goes that far with it or whoever buys it, if it's all interior, historic board shouldn't be approving it. What they're approving is any exterior changes, any window changes, doors, colors, lights, anything like that. For structural, no.
No, not structural. I mean,
Yeah.
when it comes to the general appearance.
Yes.
The actual, any changes that is gonna be made to the building, itself would have to go through the historic board.
That is correct. And I think, I'll give Mr. Stressing the picture we had rendered that we had made 10 or 12 years ago. It may be in your package. If you look through there, it's a colored picture.
I thought I saw one that was
Yeah,
with
that's
the red
that-
awning on there.
Yes, that is correct. That is the one that the
Yeah.
CRA board
Yeah,
approved.
that's in here.
So,
In your opinion,
Oof.
you really don't want my opinion.
Because I really don't want the city, and I'll explain myself. I really don't want the city to get involved in this, because I don't think the city needs to be a real estate agent, and I sure don't think the city needs to be in the movie business.
Yes, sir.
So, by them repairing the priest to be able to keep its doors up, to keep that building there, which a lot of these citizens out there love that place. My wife and my children went there. Would that be something you think that we'll be able to find a buyer for here locally?
Well, Jada and I had a buyer for it like it is right now.
No, I get that, but I mean, as an actual
I-
movie theater again.
Janet would probably be the one to speak on this, but I can tell you from a personal experience, I do not believe it would be sustainable as just a movie theater. It's gonna have to be music, it's gonna have to be plays, it's gonna have to be rented to the schools or allowed the schools to users. There's a lot of options that.
Even a museum of some sort?
You could do a museum, you could rent it to UF. People, we've had funerals there, we've had church there, you gotta be creative. It can't just be a movie theater and be sustainable.
But if we temporarily bought it to structurally stabilize it and then sold it again, whoever buys the property has the right to decide what to do with it.
That is correct.
We can't sell it with restrictions.
Well, here's the
They
problem, that you still are selling to that person, but that person better not have any bright ideas of changing the facade of this too much, because that's when the historic part kicks in.
But that wouldn't be on us anymore. That's on
Right,
them.
Yeah.
right.
We just worry about selling it and going on.
Yeah, I mean, if we sell it to a private entity or, you know, a nonprofit, whoever would want to buy it,
Right.
then it's theirs to run. The city's out of the business.
Yes, ma'am, and from the building side, as long as the occupancy doesn't change, it's a business. It's,
Your better
yeah,
half.
here she is. This is Janet. So, and I really don't like speaking on it working for you guys.
Yes,
so-
sir, I understand.
but
It's
again,
fine. We're
I
not
appreciate
holding-
it.
But, yes. There.
The actual appropriations grant has specifications in that grant. So for you to restore it, it has application that it has to be used for cultural, movies, dance, arts, music. So it's in that appropriations grant what this building can be used for. So I think that as a commission, once you sold it, you could still place specifications that it not become something you don't want it to become.
Yeah, I don't want it to turn into a nightclub.
Okay, and it's also a restoration grant. It is historic. That's why they gave it to you. The government sees cities that need that to continue, so they don't lose their identity. It goes back into the community, and that is one of the reasons you got approved this grant, because it was applied for a cultural arts grant. So it has specifications for whoever buys it. It's got to stay that. What it was already previously. It started as vaudeville, it became a movie theater. And that was part of our plans when we started trying to approach receiving grant money, was to reopen the stage, especially once COVID hit. Movie theaters have not ever grossed what they were grossing before. So that is a fact. There's a lot of people online, you couldn't make it. Why? You couldn't make it as an independent business operator. We didn't reopen, and we did question allowing a church to build it. Why? Because they would have loved it. They would have built the walls back. They would have painted it. They would have done the things that we had hopes to do for it, and to keep it in the community. And so as we were closing, we were looking at those grosses, wondering how we would continue and how we would continue to maintain that building, and we couldn't see how we could do it. The church, we knew, would do that, because that's what people do that are in churches or in clubs. They try to put back to where their heart is. So that answers that question for you, as far as it is a restoration historic. And that also goes back, historic grants, you should have a committee that you form. If you approve it, you need to already be thinking about a committee or a board that oversees this, of genuine concerned citizens that want to see this happen. Yeah, be fruitful, it be produced. And one of the things that should be a part of that committee is that they keep it as historic. We look for the pictures. I have one. Where were the doors? What were the colors? Where were the lamps? Where were the lights? And that we try to keep it almost like a museum, but not to put items in there like a museum, but
Right.
but so that when people walk in and it's the Priest Theater. It's and we've already lost so many things in our town. That's one of the important reasons I think that we try to keep it. And you have $1,040,000. Will that take us where Hoffman just told us? Will it take us to stabilize the building?
And I think that's what his presentation was. He was who we went with when we seen the concerns, when we were under contract with Hannah and Thomas Wynn. We immediately went to work to see what it was going to cost. Would we be able to do it? We tried to approach our city and the commission about ARPA money, since COVID, that was COVID money, about matching Alan and I. It didn't just end with us trying to give up on it or it not be, believe me, the number was in our head, or we were trying to balance that number. Business-wise, would it return? And everything we could look at as where things have grossed and things with movie business has went with streaming all, you couldn't foresee that just what we had done alone, and it was scary for us to also jump into something. And we did start trying to talk to the Playhouse. We talked to people that were in music, but that's not our forte. That's not what we know. So it's very hard.
And that's my concern with the city.
I think that there's a huge, when you look at Gainesville, when you look at the venues that are working, when you look in Ocala and you look at the theaters that have been saved and done Kickstarter, went digital and things like that, they needed help to overcome that mandate that was passed down. But you look at places like breweries, you look at the outside venues in Gainesville that are having music. People have transitioned to other entertainment. So I think it has to be both.
Right.
But I think it's doable. I think that you've got people that are bringing in restaurants and bringing places for people to go. So I think people are looking for that. That is marketable. That is something you can look into, or we can see that people are interested in it. It's positive. And do we have that in our town, or do we need it?
Yeah, I'll say personally, because I am in theater, my company would love the Priest Theater. We would do wonders in there. So I think to anybody that does theater, they would jump on that. That stage is huge.
It's going to take a group of people, and I think it would be great for our community for that. I looked at when we were operating, I could think of things and ideas, and we had conferences there. We had numerous things. He mentioned a few, but we had numerous new things starting. We started a contract with EDEP out of Alachua County to have field trips there. It was a big new budget line for us. They don't have a theater where they can take 240 kids, and it's their theater for that 2 hours. So there's a lot of opportunities now that we're past COVID, but every door that we would think would open, the door would shut. I think now I see why the door is shut for us, but this door is open right now. And if we don't take a serious look at and let it go, well, then you can't go back. We can't go back, as Hoffman said. You know, when it collapses, we're talking about whole new numbers. And we've waited. And the first word I heard on this was like late May and early June. I spoke to people that helped write this grant, and I wanted to know why. Where did it come from? Because I didn't do it, but I searched really hard prior to that to try to find these funds. And they're here now, you know, and so we got to do with it what we can do with it. That's my heart, is look at it serious. The facts are the facts. The city should not own that building and run it as a business. Shouldn't. But an individual, yes. Could you make it easier on an individual or a group to come in and maybe own that building? Well, you got $1,040,000 on the table. What else could we put together to make it doable for somebody?
And that's where I was headed to. I was headed that if we structurally make it sound, give it some air conditioning, give it some electrical, give it the basics that is needed for somebody to move in there and do whatever they want to do onto the inside. And as long as they keep that little name on the front of that building, I'll be happy. And I think a lot of people in this town would be happy.
Oh, I think there will be. I think there will be. It's kind of like people will ask me, well, do you think you could raise the money? Could you crowdfund this kind of money? Well, now with this sitting on the table, I don't know that that's the issue we should be looking at till after we approve, if this is approved. But we don't know what could come after this. And even once you guys finish, if an entity owns it and people could then say, I'll paint it. But right now they can't. Because
They can't go near it.
You can't go near it. They can't go near it because you guys have the $1,040,000 and you're going to have to contract And that's, Thomas is correct, you're gonna have an oversight. So, you'll be in charge of those deadlines. The appraisal being done, each little deadline, and that will be the city's job on that. But after that, people can't, everybody's waiting on to see if this comes to productivity. And then you could have other crowdfunding or fundraisers that go after that. That would be, and I even mentioned this to several people. They may think I'm crazy, I don't know. If you sell it. So this is good intention. You got a grant, it's free money, right? It's not costing the city anything at that point. Now, I know you have concerns of what it might cost you. You got real estate taxes. So a lot of times with historic buildings, you can actually go before Alachua County and ask them to waive your real estate taxes because of what you're trying to do. You can, and then a lot of ADA, I've looked that up. When I was looking at things, at what could help us, a lot of times if the changes are going to hurt the integrity of the historic building, you may not have to go as far ADA as some. It depends on what you're going to use the building for, and it depends on issues, but it's worth looking into to see.
Yeah, but I don't think we'll ever get to that.
You may not have to, right.
Yeah.
But the person coming up, to advise them and help them, that's avenues that can already be being looked at.
I mean, we're looking at it as a flip.
Yeah.
Generally.
But what I was saying is, you may think I'm crazy, is, so say you sell this, you start taking applications in some form at highest bids, or what, I don't know how that's gonna go, or how it would go. You don't wanna be a realtor, I get that. But if you sell it, say you sold it for $250, $350, whatever, if that person could receive those funds back for further restoration, if you're taking it only so far, why would you not put that money back into what you started? Over a 3-year period, or every 6 months, or if they say, well, we're gonna do this now, and we're gonna do this now, they would come to you with appropriations or a plan, and you would approve it and fund them back that money to go back into that restoration project.
Yeah,
It can't go in your general fund. So why would you not take it the farthest it could go, that it needs to go?
Yeah, I currently had a friend, he restored a theater in Eustis, Florida, the oldest theater in that county. And the same thing, like she's saying, happened. They bought it, and then they got more grants, and they kept, until they were able to do the whole theater. Not saying that that's the direction that we have to go, but I definitely think that would be a lot of interest. Because when I do my stage plays here, I have to go to Newberry because I have 400 people buy tickets every year, and I don't have enough room anywhere here to do it. So I think the priest is something that a lot of people would do.
5,500?
5,000 square feet.
5,000, it's on the, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Grunder, you got any thoughts?
I love the priest. I'm gonna do everything I can in order to
good
keep
thought.
it. I mean, period. If we have this appropriation money, I wanna see it in writing. I wanna see this stuff from the state in writing on official state letterhead stating that what we all can and cannot do with it. And as long as that's there, I have no problem going forward with this and doing the best we can in order to not lose something else. I mean, we're supposed to be the railroad town. They already ripped up our damn railroad tracks. So, I mean, if we lose something else, I mean, good God. And I think everybody in this room, I know that my parents took me to that movie theater. I told the story last time about my dad back there, and I'm sure he did a terrible job of doing concessions while he was getting stuff out of the hardware store. I have no doubt in my mind. So, no, I mean, stuff like that, that's what a small town is. And that's what we are. So I think I've been on board the whole time, and I'm not gonna waver from that.
Angela, what would be the process for forming a citizen advisory committee to help steer this? Would that be just something that we would advertise for, take applications? Because, we have a hard time seating other boards. I don't know that we'd have a hard time with this one.
No, you wouldn't.
Good God, I think we'd be beating people up.
Yeah.
I think you could do it through a resolution, Angela, and put it together. Get it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think that's a critical component really, to moving forward in any regard, is that we've got some citizen, you know, because I think they, you know, folks that live here, they're paying taxes here, they've got a vested interest in this, and I think they need to be part of the path. You know, I don't want to overcomplicate what you have to do every day, but I do think that we'd have a lot of interest in that.
Now, I do have some questions, though.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
absolutely.
So I looked on the appraisal. Why would we offer $350 when it's appraised at $319? So is it a reason why we would go to $350? Oh, I was saying, so I looked at the appraisal, and the appraisal was $319, but why would we offer $350 to actually purchase it if the appraisal is $319? Is there a reason why we would do that?
Well, I mean, we might not. That would be a decision we would make. Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking because it was on the number as that's what we would do.
Mhm.
Mayor Watts, can I speak?
Yes, ma'am, please.
So on the appraisal, the actual estimated market value of the real estate's $310. The $9,000 is the library district parcel.
Okay,
That's not a part of it. You asked that question earlier.
Right.
That belongs to Alachua County.
right.
We tried to purchase it many, many years ago, and they were not in for selling it. I want to say there's been other questions about the city purchasing it, and I don't think that they've, allowed the city to buy it. So that 9,000 would not be a part of that, because you would not be purchasing that portion. The rest of it is a packet that this is only on the lot and the real estate, the building, the 310. The rest of that come in a packet for the contents that's within the theater, the digital projector, popcorn machines, chair, just different things that are in the theater that were not put in the appraisal. Ashley has that, or it's emailed. So you would take the two of those and then make, it's not been said that 350 that I know of. It's just been thrown out there, that number, I guess. So
Yeah, it's on
you would
here
make an offer
Okay.
of those two content packages.
So another question while you're up here, if we purchase the priest, would we just be purchasing the building, or would the actual business portion of the priest come with the, like, is that option open?
Well, with it being closed for 4 years, I mean, you could look at that. Some other people have asked us that when we were in contract. What we did, I don't think in what you're looking at the movie, the market, the grosses now, it's not a good projection. So buying our business, you couldn't use those evaluations. Does that make sense? I wouldn't even know how to price it because we're not in business now with a market that has less than half of what it used to be. It's changed.
But
So we're not selling the business.
So how do we keep the word priest on it?
We would just give it to you.
I like that.
Yeah, we would just give you the
I just asked 'cause I mean,
website name, and we've kept that intact, the domain, and, but we've closed the business. So, I mean, really and truly, there's not a business to sell you. You just start a new one, but we give you the name.
And we can always throw that in the contract that name just
That
moves
the name
forward.
stays.
Stays with it.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
way,
because it's
everybody's
known
covered.
as a priest, and unless you keep the priest on, it's known as a square building that's falling apart.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care what you call it after this, they're gonna call it the priest.
Yeah, that's true. True enough.
Call it what you
Tattoo
want.
it on.
True
You know what I
enough.
mean? They-
I do have a question for, are we gonna look into flipping this? Or are we looking to own and operate this?
No.
I
would-
have
I
no
would say
interest
no.
in owning and operating. That's not my desire. The city's got too much going on. We're spread too thin as it is. We don't have the bandwidth for that.
I mean, I know how efficient, government is at running businesses and whatnot. And I mean that as crazy as it sounds. So, no, that's tongue in cheek, but no, I wouldn't, Commissioner DePonis, I would not want us to own and operate any more real estate that we don't need.
Do we know how long we have to wait until we accept the grant? Do we know how long?
I think we're up against it now. We've been waiting too long as it is, and I understand, you know, the city manager was wanting to wait until, you know, the elections, and because she didn't want to put something on a potentially new commission that a previous commission had decided. I get that. But now I think we need to move with haste so that we don't risk losing the grant if we decide to accept it. We are time-wise, I think we're up against it now.
Let me ask you a question, maybe you'll know this. Ashley had mentioned that this grant might be tied to other grants when it comes to police, fire, something in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe that she is working on additional appropriations for, like a police building, fire.
Right.
That kind of thing. But I don't think they're tied together. I just think it's another appropriation. Am I correct?
I
Like
believe it
for
was the, she mentioned the lobbyists, maybe we should get the, I don't know.
lobbyists.
When she
Yeah,
talked to
I think his name is
me-
Andrew, the
Yeah.
lobbyist.
Yeah.
Yeah, she talked to me a couple of weeks ago, right after I got elected, actually, and she was telling me, she actually called me on the phone, she was all excited because she was saying that if we moved along with the priest, that the appropriations money for the police department would come in with it. So I was a little confused of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that it's tied in tandem, but, you know, if you're offered appropriations and you don't accept it, well, then what would the onus be for the state to give us any more appropriations?
Okay.
So I think it was a waterfall effect that, you know, if we take this, we use it for the intended purpose, we stabilize this building, then they're gonna see that we have the right intentions for using the money.
Because I definitely want to get the police what they
Right,
need.
right.
And it
Madam
wouldn't be
Mayor?
the first time we sent money back, and I don't think that's a great look if we keep saying, hey, help us out, and then we get it, and we're
Right,
like, oh,
right.
just kidding, take it back.
But to let you know that I believe tomorrow Ashley is actually going to a meeting in Orlando about more appropriations money.
Okay.
Because she had to
Mayor.
book it today. So she is working on the police station thing.
My
Yes, sir.
understanding that she was stating that if you reject the funds, it may affect us getting additional funds for the police department.
Sure,
That's part of
right.
the conversation.
That makes sense. Yes, sir.
That was the gist of the conversation I had
Yes,
with
sir.
Chief, thank you.
Do we have any more input from the public? Thank you for staying. We appreciate it.
I spoke at the July one, and my opinion is still the same, and I respect you're not wanting to be a realtor. I get that. You've had some other ventures that probably wish you hadn't done, so that's cool. If you want to get on the good side of your citizens on this blooper that you're worried about that went on with the whatever, this would be a great way to put a feather in your cap, something they do want you to do, is my opinion, personally. As far as a nonprofit working on it, we've done that in this community before. I mentioned the last time I spoke, we had a youth center that we created our own nonprofit organization, had our own board of directors, and operated it in the old school building, some of which you probably know anything about. He would, because he's been here that long, or probably went to it like
I did.
my kids did. I've spoke to a lot of people about this because it's a passion in my heart to want to help save it, and having done some other community projects, it gives me a sense of purpose. I made the joke about we need to do this for priest's sake, and someone even called me and said, what was that again? I like that, let's use it. I know there's people who could do what you're asking, an advisory board. You could probably appoint it tonight by the people who showed up because you're gonna talk about it. I don't think that would be a concern to have someone help you plan going forward. Our concern right now is not to turn down this amount of money that a historical town of our size could certainly use. I mean, it's got its own history, and I worked Black Friday downtown in a shop where I am, and we had a lot of people that come for those reasons. They love this place. I think one more place for them to go visit, be it a museum or a theater or whatever, is just one more plus for us. So I would do anything I can to help create the board, work on the board, or get other people who would. I just came to say that don't let this money slide through. I get that you don't want to keep it. I don't know that you should. I think it would be better for everybody if it was just passed through you to get the money that we can get. So I hope you can go forward with it.
I just
Appreciate it.
I do want to let you know that it's not that I was against the city doing the actual remodel on it. I just didn't think that the city was in the right position to become any kind of real estate mogul about it or operation of any sort when it came to it.
I understand
I mean,
that, and I
my
agree.
family enjoyed that building.
Right.
And we moved here because of the historicness of this town.
Right.
And so I'm not against that in
No,
that sense.
I understand that, and I'm happy to hear what you actually oppose. Is just the fact of not running it, operating, and all that. I
Right.
think that's awesome. I agree with not even wanting to be the realtor, but we don't really have another option right now
understand.
in order to utilize this and to salvage it. So I just appreciate you giving it the time and the energy. I do think we're probably, we talked about it in July, and it hasn't been on the agenda again, so
Right.
at least not that I'm aware of. But thank you. We appreciate it very, very much. I got one other quick comment. This gentleman sitting over here runs the Facebook page for the fire department. If any of you aren't on it, you are missing out.
Oh, it's great.
Because they
He
do
does a
all
good
the
job.
emergencies and with the best humor I have ever
Yep,
seen,
yep.
and I appreciate them and the fact that he posts the way he does. Thank you.
The shark costume today was epic.
All right. Hi, good evening. Ben Anderson. I also spoke at the last meeting. At that meeting, I gave my emotional plea. At this meeting, I'm looking at all the numbers like you, and so I can think a little bit more practically and pragmatically, but I still have the same opinion. And one of the things I wanted to note that the appraisal mentions, but also want to just highlight it doesn't include, is what the actual economic impact is for historical preservation. And it notates this in the appraisal, specifically saying it's very difficult to determine what that means because you can't really put a value on that. So I think we all understand that there's a value to this that goes beyond just simple numbers that you look at with real property value appraisals and things like that. But I want to make sure that that's notated for not just the people making a decision, but for the citizens who may be hearing about this as well. And just to echo some of the other the comments, one of the issues that kept coming up, and I spoke with Janet several times, if I had $350,000, I'd buy the priest tomorrow. And I think many people have said that. What people don't have is $1.4 million to repair the roof and to put everything else together. We've had many conversations among people in the city of 1,000 different ways, maybe more, exaggerating, but there's thousands of ways to make it work. But it doesn't work if the building's destroyed, if it's fallen down, if it doesn't exist. So I think just the idea of preserving it, getting it structurally, the structural integrity secured, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of desire, there's a lot of people who will put the work into figuring out what the actual plan and process should be to actually make it work so that it doesn't become something that the city has to run. There's 1,000 ways plus to do that. But like I said, it can't happen unless it's still standing. So just want to reiterate that. And again, I want to thank Ashley for putting the effort forward, all the people who actually got this appropriations, and all the people who are now involved in making the decisions to save it. I think it's the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Kelly Barber, just wanted to say, I think your biggest concern was, man, we get this thing done and we're gonna be able to get rid of it, and it's not gonna belong to the city, and I have no doubt. So I'm here, I'm representing Heart of High Springs. We're a nonprofit. We're looking at ways to raise money, additional funding outside of this grant, from things that governments and private citizens can't do to take the priest even to another level for performing arts, and we just think it will be great. Please, please save the priest. Don't, this is like, it's not gonna cost the city any money. It just seems like a no-brainer. I haven't heard anyone in public say, oh, let's just let the priest fall down. This is something that everyone in our community agrees on, so hope you guys will save our theater.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Barber? You may or may not know the answer. Is the Heart of High Springs interested in buying it?
We are, yes,
Okay,
ma'am. I've
okay.
got a statement here to read, and I could read it. It's pretty short.
Please.
I'll read it for you.
Thank you.
I was watching body language. I feel like this isn't an issue, and you guys are going to vote yes for this. So I wasn't going to do this, but I'll do it. So just that the Priest Theater has a rich history as a part of our downtown, and the potential to play a major role in economic health of downtown for years to come. The Heart of High Springs is a charitable, nonprofit organization with a mission that includes promoting arts, historic preservation, and economic development. We feel that if the city were to move forward with acquiring, stabilizing, and roofing the building, our organization, using community input, would present a plan to purchase and operate the facility. That's absolutely our plan. Now, we may be bidding against other folks, but we hope that the Heart of High Springs is going to show that that we could certainly buy and operate that, and we're excited about the plan. So, toward this end, we've been investigating likely sources of funding and support that are available, again, to charitable organizations, but not necessarily to governments or to private entities. So we would encourage the city to move forward with acquiring and stabilizing the building with the intention of selling the unfinished space to be completed by another group, hopefully the Heart of High Springs. There are several models for this type of economic development activity. You can find them around. We're certainly, we'd be welcome the opportunity to discuss those things that are happening around those types of models, hopefully at a later date. But we believe, and again, to your point, Commissioner Tapanis, that we believe it would not be in the interest of the citizens for the city to acquire the building with the long-term plans to operate the facility. So whether it's us, whether it's a private entity, we certainly hope that the city will take the time, though, and accept the grant to get this thing fixed and bought.
And I always thought that was the right thing for it.
Yep.
I never thought that the city should run it.
Yeah.
So-
And I don't think many people would. It's just,
Yeah.
why would you do
And
that?
that was my objection.
What's that?
Governments are so good at business.
Yeah, right. And as I was thinking, I was sitting there thinking, listen, like personally, I'll sign a contract, I'll pay you $1 for it when it's done, that you sold it, right? So my point is like, somebody, I don't know what the price you'll get for it, but it's gonna have value and somebody will take the doggone, it's not gonna sit there,
Yeah.
Somebody would take the finished building that's structurally sound and do something great with it. And that's what we like to do with Heart of High Springs. Right?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Like Mr. Barber, I feel like you guys are moving in the direction of possibly a yes, so I'll make this quick.
Can you give us your name, please?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Amara Spina. In transparency, I'm the eldest grandchild of Bobby and Janice Sheffield and the daughter of Alan and Janet Alligood. The families who have operated the Priest since 1984. I'm not here to share a sentimental story tonight. I plan to share why I believe the City of High Springs should accept the awarded grant to stabilize the Priest Theater. I want to focus on what the Priest Theater means to the City of High Springs and all of its past and hopefully future patrons. The Priest was built in 1910. At the time, Henry Ford's Model T was just 2 years old. Vacuums and washing machines were commercially available, but too expensive for most middle-class households. The zipper had not been invented. The Florida Theater in Jacksonville was built 17 years later in 1927. The historic Cocoa Village Theater was built 14 years later in 1924. The Lyric Theater in Stuart, Florida, and the Tampa Theater were both built 16 years later in 1926. These theaters and other cities, despite their age, have been restored and currently serve as hubs of learning, community, and fun. Some were restored by their home city. For example, the Tampa Theater was restored by the city and its citizens in 1970s. The Priest Theater is one of the oldest theaters in our state, and that is something special, I think very special. The Priest Theater is a piece of history that should be saved. The City of High Springs and its residents deserve a historic and meaningful community space that is full of possibilities for the future, not a flat parking lot or a flat building. When my grandparents purchased the theater, they could have demolished it or even extended the hardware store they were currently running on Main Street, but they didn't. They realized then the special magic that it held. So they remodeled it and reopened it. The Priest Theater has meant so much to so many. I know you have all heard the many stories from our very own citizens and even commissioners. I could write a book about what the Priest Theater means to me and what it means to me personally and how it changed my life, made my life. The Priest Theater is a beautiful reminder of how our society craves and enjoys connection and community. The Priest Theater provided affordable access to first-run entertainment for High Springs residents, visitors, and surrounding communities. These are the reasons why I think you should vote to accept the grant to stabilize the Priest Theater. You, the commission, have the power to turn a piece of our community's heart into a solid historical landmark. Thank you for your time, and I'll sign off by saying one last thing. Can
Go
I
ahead.
finish?
No, please, please.
One last thing in honor of my late grandmother, Janice Sheffield. I pray that you vote to stabilize the Priest Theater so that the community and all of us can say we hope to see you at the Priest Theater. Thank you.
Nice job. I'm not sure anybody can follow that, but would anybody like to? Please, sir.
I don't know that it can be better said.
Mom and Daddy are very proud back
That
there.
is a very hard one to follow.
Yes, sir.
I really applaud you. My name is Michael Shields. I'm on the board of directors of the Heart of High Springs. I actually have a background in arts administration, performing arts theaters, a host of entrepreneurial efforts, but it's always been about community development. The Priest Theater is the beacon on the hill, so to speak. It's so heart-rendering and appreciated that the passion that each of you have, because you've experienced what cinema and what the arts do. It's what you speak to. It's not just the practical dollars and cents. It's not just the economic impact. It's the cultural enrichment of a community. I think you're all of a common mind that this is a resource that you want to ensure that is in the best possible hands, and there's so much talent just in this room and in this community to ensure that what you decide to go forward with, that you will have the best possible proposals to ensure that it will have a long-standing life. The cinema takes an army. It's not just the director, or the actors, or the cameraman. It takes a lot of people, like any good project. You said you're involved with theater. You know that it takes literally an army of people. And the army that we're talking about here are people who care about the future. That is why I'm optimistic that what you decide here will make a positive impact and that the community will see future generations, and so that your grandmother will certainly know that all of these efforts were to ensure that that theater of dreams, that's what the cinema and the performing arts, it's about making dreams come true. And I hope that you will also step forward and help this community see its dream come true by supporting this appropriation, and that you're in good hands in this community, and we are in good hands with your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I am Hannah Wynn. I will echo everything that everyone has said so far today. In full transparency, not only as a child growing up here in High Springs, I like to say I was born, raised, and then have now returned. Spent about 10 years away, have been back for about 18 months. But my husband and I were the interested buyers at the time when this current damage was found. Again, echoing everything that everybody said so far today, I'm certain that the dreams in all of our hearts, the very emotional pleas that have been made are heard. I just also want to make sure that those of us who maybe have experience but not the dollars to do what needs to be done now, I'd very much be interested. I know my husband feels the same with our experience in the music business. Would love to be able to be a part of the oversight committee when you form something like that. So I guess essentially I'm hopeful that this is about to be a yes, but would like some clarity on how that part's going to go. So if you don't mind just kind of sharing, is that something you will decide very soon?
I think we would decide it tonight in
Okay.
tandem.
Okay.
You know, in terms of the exact makeup and whatnot, that's something that we could talk about, but, you know, And there certainly is the passion in the room for that, for sure.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All right, who
you.
wants to knock it down? See no hands, I think we're good.
All right, gentlemen, I guess we need to provide direction in terms of where we want to go, how we want to move forward. Certainly, the most time-sensitive issue right now is whether or not we want to accept appropriations. And then the next step after that, if that's the will of the commission.
Would love to make a motion that we accept the appropriation and we move forward with figuring out how we can purchase the priest.
Okay.
And put that money back into it, as well as, with that being said, that we start an oversight committee based on qualified applicants and what they would bring to the table for that, to assist us in that.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to accept appropriations and move forward with negotiating purchase of the property. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, the only thing I want to make sure is that we see everything, like you said earlier. We want to see everything on paper. We want to know exactly what's going to be spent, who's going to be controlling the money, and the whole 9 yards. So,
And when we make the board, just like how we were talking about, like you just got appointed to the transportation, can
she
we?
didn't get appointed, she got thrown into that.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
She's so excited.
Can we appoint somebody from our planning board? That's what I was trying to ask earlier.
I think we
to
could
be
appoint
on.
anybody that was interested in doing it. We
Okay.
would just accept applications, maybe like we do for the planning board, for the Parks and Rec board, and then take all those applications.
Yeah, because I just
at a
feel like
meeting.
somebody
I
from
would-
this end should be with that board. It shouldn't just be.
I would like to see somebody, at least one of us, and when I mean us, a city employee on that committee.
Okay.
With the rest being the citizens, so that,
Well, in terms of sunshine law, Mr. Walker, a city employee could do that, no problem. Okay. I'm not looking at you.
So we would want to, you want us to advertise that or put it on our website? What would you like for us to?
Well, I think we should advertise it, but I think you could probably easily take some names and numbers on the way out the door tonight, too, for, just for consideration, because certainly the people who are here are passionate about it and have different perspectives, but, I
Just
don't
send
think.
us
Yeah,
okay.
like, I mean, maybe put something up on the website that they could fill out, come in and get.
Yeah, we can have them fill out the same we do for the plan board.
And then in terms of, how many, I think it would be, like Mr. Barber is a business owner. I think having, the makeup, it would be great to have local business owners, a city employee, like Commissioner Tabana says, private citizens,
Construction.
have a real, somebody in construction, like Vice Mayor just said, get as much as we can from the community. So I don't know if we wanted to limit that to a number of people or not.
I would say, I mean,
We
I
have,
don't
do
see
we
why
have,
you
we have
don't
to
need,
put that in the resolution, the number of people that would serve on the board?
I mean, why would you need more than 5 people?
Yeah, we'd have to have at least 5.
Because the reason why I said somebody from our end, because we need somebody to lead the pack, right? So I was thinking about somebody who's sitting right there in the red shirt would be good. From
Somebody
our
in a
planning
red shirt
board.
would be good. Yes, he would.
Hang on.
Yes, he would.
Under his defense, he might have his hands full the next couple of days.
Indeed.
Also, in the, never mind.
But we have more. I mean, we have Mark, we have Rick Testa on that board that I'm sure will get involved.
Is
Yeah.
any of the stuff they're gonna talk about, though, go before the plan board? So
Yeah.
that would be an issue then, because if we
right.
pull one of them,
Right.
then now we have an even number because they wouldn't be able to vote on it.
Right.
So we'd have to go to an even number, that would not work.
That's a good
Ignoring
idea.
my
Yeah.
request.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would not work, because we don't want it to get to a stalemate.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mr. Walker, do we have to decide the exact makeup, or can we just discuss?
I think what you're directing staff to do is bring back a resolution and and get the advertisement ready and all of that. So we'll bring that back in the next meeting.
Okay. So is that part of the motion? That we've
Please.
motioned and seconded to accept appropriations, move forward with forming a citizens advisory group to direct this, and that citizens advisory group would have one staff member as part of it. Is that correct? Okay. All right, any other comments from the audience? Okay. Gentlemen, it has been properly moved and seconded that we accept appropriations and move forward with the purchase of the Priest Theater. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 4-0. All right.
We should have led with that.
We really should have.
I almost choked on it.
Thank you for coming, sir. I appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is discuss, consider, and act on interlocal agreement between Alachua County and the City of High Springs for fire prevention services. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Mayor, Commission, first let me introduce myself. I'm Chief Vogel. I'm currently your interim fire chief. It's good to meet y'all. Basically, is what they're putting in front of you is Bruce, when he was the fire chief, was basically not just the fire chief, he was also a plans examiner. So just like Alan does, when he's the building official, he looks at the plumbing and all those kind of things. It eventually comes over to the fire department, and they have to approve sprinkler systems, vent hoods, or anything that goes with the life safety of the building, the way it's marked and all those kind of things. Since Bruce has exited, there ain't no one here to do it. Just, we have nobody. Captain Pearson is an inspector, and he is just starting to get his feet wet in it. And over the last couple of weeks, he's actually been able to work with Chip Weir up from the county. And according to Kevin, he has learned so much as it is. So Chief Theus, who's in the audience, he's sitting back there, and he can answer any questions that y'all may have, has offered. Alan saw that Bruce was leaving, kind of panicked. Oh, what are we going to do? And he reached out to Chief Theus, and Chief Theus has offered his services and his staff with the fire marshal back here, John Adler. So Chief Adler has drafted up a interlocal agreement, which is good for a year. We get out of it anytime we want. Just give a 10-day notice, so there's no commitment. They will provide their services, and they're not only going to just come out here and do all the plans reviews and those kind of things, and then inspections as the buildings are moving along as far as how they're built. They have also came out and offered to give us classes. So all the firefighters over there can take some, what they call a company officer inspector class, which is a quick 24-hour class. So they can come out and just kind of do inspections on a lot of the local businesses, which will make us safer as it is. They've also offered to offer some more advanced classes so some of our people can go out and become inspectors. It's in my belief that a fire chief shouldn't be doing inspections. They're the authority having jurisdiction. You know, when they do plans reviews. So if their staff does it, and then there's a disagreement between, you know, Joe Hoffman and the fire side of it, that the chief can come in and look at the gray areas and see if they can't compromise and do those kind of things, because they have the final say. This county, when they come out, they are going to charge a fee. We charged a fee. We charge a fee. I'll give you the numbers from last year. $6,000. That's what we ended up charging the companies out there that the city brought in. I think in return, you know, they're going to charge their fee schedule, which is pretty much a standard between Gainesville and Alachua County. They're a little bit off from the fee schedule here. Newberry has its own fee schedule. But I feel, I read the entire contract, and believe me, I've heard what y'all said. I've read this thing 3 times. And it's a pretty straightforward contract. It allows us to get out of it whenever we want, and we're gonna get so much more out of it with the training and stuff. This way we can work, Kevin can work a little bit more closer with the county. He can learn the ins and outs of it. Deputy Chief Andy, I'm going to assign him with them to help them and learn as much as he can too. So they can bring this all together, and eventually we won't need their services. We'll be functioning on our own. Now granted, I'll be the interim until the new chief gets here, and he or she can do whatever they want. So if y'all have any questions, hit me up on them. Or if I can't answer them, Chief Theus absolutely will be able to answer them.
I have one question. I think they answered, but I just want to verify. In terms of plans reviews and fire inspections and whatnot, those costs are passed on to the contractor or the person pulling the permit, correct?
Yes, they will bill the contractor
Okay.
just like the city does.
Mhm.
And that's where I said that last year we went back and looked at how much the city actually billed the contractors out there, and it came out to about $6,000.
But in terms of the classes, we would still have to pay for their
Nope.
time for that?
That's free. They're
Wow.
offering them for free.
Okay, okay.
Correct, John? Free. Yep, free.
And we'll be up and running at the end of this thing, hopefully?
Oh, absolutely.
Ready to
I think
roll
so.
with at least a couple of inspectors maybe, or?
Yes, that is the goal, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, thank you, guys.
Appreciate
I mean,
you being
seriously,
here,
this is-
staying here this long.
Yeah, well, yeah, for one, you poor guys.
So just for one point, my name's Harold Theus, Fire Chief of Alachua County. It goes before our board December 12th. They'll need to approve it.
Okay.
I've spoken to the county manager. She's fully aware of the interlocal agreement. We've discussed that. She agrees with it, so she's fully supportive, so I don't see any objection at all
Okay.
from the county. More than likely, it'll be on consent agenda.
Okay, okay.
Oh, perfect.
Mr. Walker, you've reviewed this and you're okay with the verbiage?
I've reviewed it, and Chief Theus, my neighbor, he's going to do a good job for us.
Okay.
My neighbor
Thank you,
across
sir.
the way.
All right.
Thank you, Chief, I appreciate it.
Both chiefs, thank you guys
Yes.
very much. This has been,
We appreciate you staying, and Captain Pearson, you're here, I appreciate you. All right, anybody have any questions from the audience? Okay. Gentlemen, any comments or questions?
No.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
make a motion, we accept the interlocal agreement with the county to provide fire prevention services and
Okay.
training.
Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the interlocal agreement between Alachua County and the City of High Springs for code enforcement services. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes 4-0. Thank you, gentlemen, for staying so long. We appreciate it. All right, next item on the agenda, discuss, consider, and act on proposed advertisement for the city manager, including compensation and benefits. We've got an advertisement. Angela included a sample advertisement in our packet. I'm sure that we've all had conversations with Ashley. I had a lot of telephone calls with her, and I know this is not easy. She's done a lot of work, a lot of work. I don't know if she would consider us not accepting her resignation, or if that's the will of the commission or not, but we need to move forward regardless at some point, you know. I mean, we can't not have somebody, and it could take quite a while. She has given us 90 days, so we have her through the end of February. And I think as we move forward, we also need to plan for the possibility of appointing an interim if we can't find somebody.
That would be one of my questions. If we did have to go intern that route, who would be the intern?
Well, I think there's a couple different options, and Mr. Walker, you might be able to elucidate us further. I know that Jenny was interim in the past as a city clerk as they searched. So Angela would be an option. I don't know, you know, how she feels about that. That would have to be up to Angela. I know that our former police chief, Chief DeCourcy, was city manager for a while. I've also not had any conversations with Chief Shepherd about that, so I don't want to presume.
I'm keeping an eye on him from here. I'm trying to get his body language.
And
think he's crying.
he's looking away from you. I think that, I don't know if our former city clerk, Jenny Parham, she retired, you said December 31st, so she couldn't do it until January. But if she would be willing, she may be an option legally. Is that acceptable?
You can do it internal, or the interim can be internal, or it can be somebody external. It's.
Okay, okay.
It's up to you all to
Okay.
make that decision.
But, I think if we're moving forward in terms of advertising, I think we need to do that sooner rather than later, because it's going to take some time. It's not an easy job, and it's not going to be an easy position to fill.
Can we legally approach the other cities, different people,
To try to get them to come to work here?
Yeah.
We're already borrowing Newberry's fire chief. I'm not sure how much more we want to do. I don't know that we could afford them, to be quite honest with you.
I think on a very temporal basis, I've had a conversation with Mike New, and he said that his team would provide help. Now, that would be, I think, temporal. You'd need to flesh that out a little bit more.
Who was that?
City
Mike
manager of
Newberry.
Something I would really like to do as part of this process, and I don't know if this has been done in the past or not, but, the city manager is the CEO, and everybody here works ultimately for the city manager, and I think we need to get input from the employees in terms of, not talking about what they don't like, but looking forward, what's important to them as employees. What kind of support do they feel they need? And I think that could help us tailor our decision. And if it was something that they would want to do openly, that's great. If they would rather do it confidentially, maybe they could just write something up and give it to you, Angela, and you could keep it. But I think, everybody has different needs. Thomas needs to be a Gator fan, but he's not going to be. But, in terms of the support that he needs, and that Alan needs, and Kevin needs, and Jamie, and you, everybody, everybody's needs are going to be different, but if we can boil that down to, some kind of template, that this is the broad spectrum, because keeping people here happy as employees is going to ultimately be best for the city.
I do understand that. I also think that we also really need to find somebody that's gonna be really, really loyal to the citizens first.
Well, ultimately, that's who they work for.
Yeah.
That's we all work for the citizens. That's the most important thing. Absolutely. So can we open that opportunity up as we advertise, Angela, to solicit input if employees want to give it? And again, completely anonymous is totally fine, but I don't have that access to that kind of information. We don't talk to the employees. We talk to the city manager. But having that kind of feedback would really help, I think, in terms of guidance in making the best decision we could.
What I've seen in, I've had the benefit of going through several city managers at the place I work, but then also meeting with commissioners on different times when they have made, in Gainesville, they'll make hours or meetings to meet, and the citizens, or not the citizens, but the employees can sign up as they wish to come and sit down with a commissioner on their terms and have a one-on-one conversation, and that's what they've done. I assume it's legal if they did it, but well, you hope it's legal.
By our charter, we're not allowed to direct employees to do any work.
Right,
you
but just,
know,
it's strictly,
but in terms
they're allowed
of-
to ask questions of the,
I think that would be up to the city manager's discretion, ultimately, but I mean, I love that idea.
that way you can kind of get an input of, that's a good way to hear what people are getting or maybe what they're not getting, if they would like to share those things. And it's on their terms and it's in their area, not in ours. So I don't know, that's something, I'd be interested in if we're able to legally do it.
Yeah, no, I like that idea a lot. So Angela, what do we need to do to move forward? I mean, you've got this sample in here.
$1 million.
Well, I mean, typically, how long would we run this kind of ad? 30 or 60 days, or
Hopefully until we get to them.
30 days?
How many people did we get to answer in those 30 days?
I think we had quite a few. Now, staff, several staff members went through it and we ranked them.
Right.
So if they didn't have the qualifications, we had a ranking sheet and we would go through them and say, okay, they have this, that we wanted this, this, and this. And if they didn't make a certain number, they didn't come to the commission. And we would only present to the commission those that made the ranking.
So we're the ones that actually hire the city manager.
Yes, we would do the interviewing. They interviewed 5, I believe, total when Ashley was hired. And so, I mean, they had five applicants. They had more than that, I'm sure, but at least they had 5 that made the final cut.
Well, they cut through the roof.
Right. If we could get that many, that'd be great. I think hiring people.
Send it out to ICMA and forward to the cities and advertise.
Okay. I think something that would be important for us is having experience in a small community. Because I think it's easier to understand a small community if you've had experience there.
And a historic small city at that.
Yeah, now I do have the information from the ad that we use when we hired Ashley in 2020. So the starting salary range was $90,000 to $100,000. $3,900 in vehicle allowance and $4,000 towards relocation. So that was what we offered during that time frame.
Yeah, we ended up, it was more. We ended up giving our larger relocation.
Yeah, and I will say that the ad looks 10 times better. So from that ad.
But that's something that once we bring the applicants in front of us, if we need to give them a little bit more money for relocating from California versus Atlanta.
When we negotiated with Ashley, you set your parameters, and the attorney's office actually did type up the contract.
Okay. So are we okay with keeping the salary range the same?
She's making more than that salary range now.
How much is she making?
101.
On the salary side, the one little thing we're going to, she makes about I think it's 109 right currently with the increases since she's been here. The other problem we're going to run into is you don't want to set it too low if you don't want them to bump up to other department directors. Like, you don't want them to make under what
Right.
other people make here.
Right, right. Okay.
So that's the only other issue.
So you knowing all of that information, maybe a little bit better than we do right now in our brains, what would a reasonable range be?
I looked at a similar sized city. I think you're gonna have to probably start it at 100. Maybe 100, 120, 125.
Yeah, Newberry's at 120. So I called about Newberry. They're at 120.
Yeah, we want somebody good too. We don't want to be cheap on that 10.
Yeah. Okay. So advertise with a range of 100 to 120 with a car allowance and relocation fees.
Can we
30
afford
days.
that? I guess that's a question for the finance director. Can we afford that? And I also understand that maybe we can't afford not to. do
Right,
that,
right,
But,
right.
I understand both of those. Can we afford up to 120 plus a car allowance?
I would agree with you. It's a small increment for the difference it can make in everyone's lives in this room and the
Yep.
community.
You tell me you'll make it work.
Yeah, if we can get
Okay.
a good person, $10,000 or $15,000 isn't going to make or break the budget, but the person will make or break the community.
And is there any stipulations in that contract that we can put in there that if they turn out they're not doing a good job, that we can terminate the contract?
Well, they'll be on probation for the, first year or so?
You always have the termination, ability to terminate the contract.
Okay. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah. I would almost say leave it open maybe a little bit. I know we're up against the wall here, but I'd almost say 45 days just to try to get everybody we can.
Okay.
You know, as quick as possible, get it out, and then 45 days, and
Well, that makes sense. It'll put us past Christmas too.
yeah, give
Right.
people a chance to, yeah.
Okay.
And so doing 1 to 115 would be too low.
Yeah, I think we need to
Okay,
be.
so I just pulled it, yes, one of our highest paid department directors makes over 97. So you make it too low, they're gonna be pushing right up against the city manager. And I just don't think that's, I don't wanna say appropriate, but it's
Sure.
not.
We don't want a
Yeah.
compression issue.
Yep. Yep.
I'm not mentioning names.
No pressure, no
Yeah,
pressure.
I just asked because I know that when I looked at our rates, we have always been a little under because of our population. So that's the only reason why I asked. But yeah, 125.
But I mean, an extra $5,000 and you find somebody that's really gonna want their job and really gonna do a good job for us, I don't see a problem with that.
I think we need to make it clear too that some of our benefits are amazing. Yeah, I mean, dental, vision, I mean, those are benefits that most, municipalities around here don't have. City of Gainesville's, I can tell you for sure, isn't good.
It's expensive. God
Yeah,
bless it, just
we don't
went
even
up.
have dental in our house because it's not worth it. So at least, I mean, in terms of a compensation package for the employees, that's pretty good. Having that kind of stuff available, so
Oh, we're gonna push that.
you should.
And we're gonna push a bigger TV because I can't see that thing.
We'll get you better glasses.
Give them some binoculars.
You got it on the paper. Look on
It's on the paper, that's true. All right, so do you gentlemen have any other additions you'd like to make?
No, I thought it looked good. It read well. It kind of gives a little bit about who we are.
Madam City Clerk did.
Angela, did you put this together?
You did.
She dressed it up a little.
Angela, let's make Angela the new city manager.
And she quit. Yeah. And she put her resignation in the mail. It's like the kiss of death around here.
Well, is it appropriate to ask if you would be willing to fill that role temporarily if we needed? Is this an appropriate venue to ask that question?
No pressure. No pressure.
Or if Ms. Parham was willing to come back temporarily? Okay. Well, that's important to know that. Okay.
I have one more person in mind as a temporary.
You do?
Yes.
Care to-
Diane Wilson.
care to- Diane.
I don't live in High Springs, it wouldn't be appropriate.
She lives in Gainesville. Yeah.
So let's move her.
It should be somebody that lives here. I mean, the city manager should always be somebody that lives in the town.
No, I understand that, but as a temporary, would you be willing to help us out?
I would do whatever the commission wants, but I don't think that,
I mean, you know all the finances.
I do. I know that I've lost confidence with some people.
Did I ask you this before?
You did. I've lost confidence with some people because I didn't call Bruce out at a meeting in September. So, I didn't know about the contract for months and months and months. I was told to stay out of it, it was Bruce's project. And then and I told the city manager my concerns over and over again, and I guess apparently I should have called out somebody here in the meeting.
But I get that,
But that's not my role. So I've lost confidence from people, which really hurts my feelings, because my integrity is all I have, and it's the most important thing to me. So I don't think I'm the right person.
But do you do understand that that's what we're trying to change?
I would do anything that could help the city, but I don't think I'm the right person for it. Tristan has lost all confidence in me. I can tell he wants me fired by the conversation he had up there, and that breaks my heart. I've known Tristan for years.
We should stop this conversation.
Well, I think
in
that
public forum. It's
Angela
just not-
has identified that Jenny might be a good interim, and she's already been an interim. And if you're not interested, you're not interested, and that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
And Chief Shepherd looked way the other way when I mentioned his name. So, that's not a decision we have to make tonight anyway. But I just think that moving forward, we need to have some idea of, what our path is if we can't get somebody.
Yeah, Thomas was just our feeling like 2 days ago.
He was. He did a great job on that day. He did a great job on that day. Absolutely.
That man does a lot for the city.
So we are good with the adding in that maybe experience in a small historic town would be a plus, if that's okay. And you know where to run the ad. How much is it going to cost to run this ad?
I know that the ICMA charged me, I think it was $250 to run the fire chief.
Okay.
Florida League of Cities, I think it's like $500.
Okay, so it's not a huge amount. It's still money, but it's not a huge amount. Okay. Anybody from the audience have any input? Yes, ma'am, please.
I'm just getting off the crutch. Sue Weller. Just 2 points. One, when you are advertising for your city manager, I think you should make sure that any advertisement includes that they would have to move into the city of High Springs. Because if you're out looking ICMA, wherever, you're going to have applications from out of the city, out of the state. The other thing is that if you find that you need to actually hire a temporary city manager, come the end of your current city manager's period here, there is a city managers association that you can contact, and they, a lot of times, at least in the past, and it's been a long time, but they had what basically you call rangers, rovers, that will come in and for a temporary point of time to help the city keep going until you can actually find someone.
Okay, thank you.
That, we actually did do that one time previously. And
Okay.
we got a temporary city manager for several months.
Okay.
That came in and assisted us through that.
Okay.
You're just trying to throw it away to somebody else.
Well, I've got my eyes set on Jenny at this point, so if needed, we'll see. Okay. Is there any other discussion that we have to have, Mr. Walker, or? Okay. All right, so then, gentlemen, I guess we need a motion to move forward as you desire.
I make a motion that we approve the ad with the changes that Mayor White's requested. Do I need to, I don't know the proper way of making this motion?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I second.
All right. Any other comments from the audience? Okay. It has been properly moved and seconded that we put this ad for a new city manager online for 45 days. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right. Passes 4-0. Wow, it's late. All right, we're at the end here almost. Item number 6, discuss placing an RFQ or RFP for city attorney services. Mr. Walker, I appreciate this is not a fun conversation for you, but what really brought this to the fore for me in going through the budget is we need to look at saving some money, and that might be a place where we could save some. It's not just yours that I'm interested in looking at, to be quite honest with you, but this is just the first one that has come up. And it may be that at the end of the day, you're the most responsive person. You certainly know the city of High Springs. This is by no means a personal affront to you or your dedication to the city of High Springs. But, we've got to cut costs where we can, and I think this might be one opportunity. I don't know how many municipal lawyers there are in the area. I have no idea what the pool is like. Your dad may know. I don't know.
He knows he doesn't want it.
But I just wanted to put this out there for consideration and discussion. I think there's other things we need to discuss in terms of saving money as well, but that's probably for another meeting because it's very late. So, gentlemen, I would entertain any conversation, any questions, any comments.
I'll say I don't know that this is the right time for a conversation like that with everything we're coming up against. We do need some stability in the city. I don't know if lopping the heads off of everybody is necessarily the right move. I don't know if it's not the right move, but this would be, I think, we'd be entering into what we probably consider uncharted territory by getting rid of as many pieces as we just lost. So I just don't know that, in my opinion, if we need to be there right now.
Okay.
With the past meeting that we had not too long ago, I feel like this is actually the right direction. There are some things that I feel like should have been handled appropriately that was not. So I actually feel like this is the right direction to go in.
I agree with Tristan in a way when it comes to, I think we're just trying to do too much at once. But these are hard decisions that we're having to make because of all the mistakes in the past. But again, we're not letting Mr. Walker go. We're actually gonna just be looking into if we can find someone at a better rate. So, and with that said, yeah, I agree. We definitely need to look at all our options. There's a few departments that are top-heavy anyway, so I agree.
I agree with that too. I think there's definitely places in the budget with unfortunately, with personnel moves that could save us. Is that a conversation we want to set up a meeting for, that we have those tough conversations with that? Because there's definitely some ideas that I've sat down, looked at the budget, and had some thoughts on, and I don't think they're the ideas people think, but I definitely think there are some spots to maybe trim some things.
I think it'd be a good idea to have a budget workshop.
I agree.
Yeah, because we've got some work to do. Anybody from the audience have any comments or input? Mr. Walker, certainly you need to have input as well. I want to give you an opportunity to have input as well. I don't want to feel like, we're hanging you out there.
Well, I'll say this. I have enjoyed my time here. I feel like it's been a very beneficial relationship for our law firm. And it's also been, I hope, beneficial to the city of High Springs. I will say this also, that your city attorney position is a little different than other positions. We take a lot of pride in our law office in limiting the litigation that we have for the city. And there's very, very little litigation. You have employment litigation periodically, but your insurance company takes care of that typically. When I first took over, there was litigation where the city was clearly wrong and going to lose. And my job at that point in time was to limit the exposure as much as possible that had been created. And our pride is that we try to keep the city from going into those kind of areas. So when you look at cost, it's not necessarily the direct cost for the attorney, the nuts and bolts of things, which is the preparation of ordinances and resolutions and coming to the meetings and all that sort of thing. There's a somewhat of a hidden cost that's out there, which is when things are messed up or when there are problems that are created, you can get involved in litigation. And that's where extreme money can be spent on a city budget. And we have a great deal of experience just in this room with our law firm. My predecessor, Mr. Folds, has been doing this for about 55 years now and was one of the assistant city attorneys when our office was a city attorney for the city of Gainesville. We represent 8 cities right now, and we have a great deal of experience. My tenure is about 40 years of doing this sort of thing as well. So we bring a lot of experience to the table. My preference is to not go out for bid at this point. I do believe and echo Commissioner Grunder's thought process that perhaps now is not the time to do this. But this is your collective decision, and I always tell my clients, you have to ride on the horse that you have faith in. And if you don't have faith in me or our office, then that's a different story. So it's really a determination for you all to make. We like to stick around. That's our desire, and it's been our desire for, I think we're here for about 16 years now. I believe that's what it is. So we'd like to spend another at least 16 years with you, if at all possible. But that's our view of it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I have a question for you. Are you the only one that handles the city business or in your firm, or is there more than one person?
No, we have several attorneys that handle it. Principally, it's myself and Danielle Adams are the two attorneys that principally do it. Sometimes Kirsten Ballou comes in.
Is Danielle Adams the one that was when the voting was going on, she was there with you?
She was there, that's correct. Danielle, and then also Clay Martin, and sometimes we press Mr. Foles into service. You know, that's a rarity, but that's pretty much our city attorney team that we have right now.
Okay.
Do you guys want to table this? Do you want to go ahead and talk about sending an RFP out just to see what options we may have? Angela, I don't know how expensive that is. How detailed is that whole, process? Mm-hmm.
I would say probably best just to hold off for right now.
Okay.
My opinion is, we got the holidays here. We're already looking for a city manager.
And a fire chief.
Then we might, and a fire chief, and at the same time, trying to, without a city manager, to hire on somebody. I mean, it would be nice to get the opinion of city manager also towards Scott or the new Scott.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that's my opinion, but, I mean, I haven't been behind this thing as long as you have either, so.
Okay. So are you making a motion to table?
I would say a motion to table.
Okay.
Second.
All right.
I didn't need my microphone for that? Loud enough?
No, you're good. You're good. Any comments from the audience? So motion to table this until after we have found a city manager and then bring it back up?
Yeah.
Is that what I understand? Okay. It has been moved and seconded to table that item until a later date. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay. Carries 3-1. All right. Mr. Walker, do you have any updates?
We have our ethics training. You all are welcome to come to it. You have to have a 4-hour certification that you've been trained in ethics, public record law, and that sort of thing. We hold that at our office annually. We typically do it in December, and you have to have it before the end of the year. I think Mayor Whitesy came last year.
I did not. I've
No?
done it with Florida League of Cities.
Okay.
I was there.
Okay. We give you some food to eat. We try to give you a little bit of humor and video in the process to make it at least a little bit entertaining. It's kind of a dry subject, but we try to do that. And so the other thing that I think benefits, and possibly Tristan can speak to this as well, is you're around other cities. There's a commonality of problems that other cities are having. So there's some camaraderie that happens there in the social aspect of it as well, which is, I think, a little bit of a fun thing for you all in that process.
I completely agree. I met a lot of people from different cities that are around us, and we were able to talk and make relationships and pass phone numbers, and so I thought it was extremely beneficial. They've got a ton of cities. I mean, just about all of them in Alachua County, so they do a good job of putting you where you can kind of do your best.
And feed you.
That's always a big thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If you
But
feed
you're
me,
welcome.
I will
That's
come.
all I have.
Okay, thank
We
you.
need that annually, correct? Every year?
And we don't have a city manager report. Hopefully she's feeling better. I hope she has a productive day in Orlando if she's feeling well enough to go. Commission, Angela, do you have anything in Ashley's absence? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Miller?
I'll try to make it short. It's the most wonderful time of the year, and there are some great events happening in High Springs. This Saturday, the Chamber is hosting their annual tree lighting event at 5 p.m. in the Farm Market Pavilion. Next Saturday, December 9th at 6 p.m. is our Christmas parade. Our lovely CRA department will be one of the sponsors for both events. Also, the Friends of High Springs, just about every weekend in December, will be having a light display at the Civic Center from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And one last thing, I have been asked by many citizens, what is the status of the old daycare building in the Catherine Taylor Park?
And Thomas just left. Ooh.
I asked him
Ooh,
that
Alan
off
might be
script.
able to tell us. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Allen. We did the final plan review today with fire, so with Kevin and the county, so it's ready to go. It's all printed up, so, Florida Homes just needs to come pick it up.
Okay.
So it's ready to go. They're sitting on ready.
And then one more question about that. They wanted to know, is it possible to have a plaque honoring Miss Tammy inside of the building?
I don't think I'm the person to ask that to.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Angela, I would think, Angela, is that something? Yeah.
Would have to pass.
Yeah. There's the guy.
There he is. We needed you and he left. Was Alan able to answer your questions okay, though?
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
Yeah, I just was asking.
Yeah, Alan got it. I think we're good. Commissioner DePonis? You've got a bride to go home to celebrate your 25th anniversary tonight, so.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Mr. Vice Mayor, sir.
No, last time I did not bring something up, and my wife got on to me for it. The 6U volleyball and 8U volleyball from High Springs won.
Your daughter plays 10U.
Oh, she's on 10U. I was getting up to 10U, babe. I was getting there. I was like, 8 and then it's 10. I was going to hit that one next. Damn it, man. Well, they won the championship.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
And I don't think I should say anything else, so thank you.
I will make a comment. I do want everybody to know, this was rough raising everybody's rates to make up the discrepancy that we had to. But I'm sure that all working together up here as a cohesive unit, I think we'll get this right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad that the priest is gonna move along and hopefully, again, as long as we work together, I think we'll get this right.
Mm-hmm. I want to thank you guys for staying, those of you who are here. Awesome. Join us for the tree lighting. I think we need a little bit of feel good right now, coming together and, celebrating the season. To staff, we're going to get through this. We're going to figure it out. You guys are amazing, and we are here for you guys. We will figure it out. We're losing some people, but I think we're committed to moving forward in the most productive way we can to make sure we're supporting staff and supporting, all of the people who live here and plugging into the businesses. And I just appreciate all of you guys. And the Sharknado costume made my day. So thank you very much for that. I need a motion to adjourn.
I motion that we adjourn.
All right.